Maxilla, what's going on, man? Welcome back. How's it going? Right? You're first in the door here. Yeah, this is a bonus live stream. I did not end up going and doing the thing I was going to do tonight, so I figured I'd get this out of the way because I'm not going to get to do another stream until Friday, and that's going to be probably our random knife roll. But yeah, I'm not expecting as high as a turnout as a Friday. Thirsty Tree, what's going on? Yes, well, it's Brilliere, not. No, you're right, Brilliere. I thought it was Brilliere. The Brilliere, the none and the one and only. Words are hard. Yeah, I'm not going out and doing the thing I was going to do tonight, so I've been trying to sleep all day, and I'm a little out of it. Jason Beecher, what's up? EDC and Lace, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, so Knives are Life, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, we're doing the cheapest possible knife on Amazon. And I got to tell you, this feels better than the week that I'm going to be having with the Fox Edge. But let me grab some boxes. We'll go ahead and get started on this. I will say, this thing still has a gigantic burr on it from the factory, which is part of why it was cutting weird. So we'll see how long it takes to wear the burr off on the edge, too. But yeah, Jerry Hall, what's going on, Jerry? All right, let's tear some pepperoni up. That's what we're gonna do. What'd you get, Maxilla? Yeah, how you been, Lazy? Things have been good here. Like I've just been seeing like crazy numbers on my live streams now. I expect the night to be kind of a low count. Like I think part of the magic was doing that on Friday nights is where I'm getting like, I think last night was 26,000 views on it. White River. I'm not familiar with White River. I know somebody here probably knows a lot more than I do about that. But speaking of which, let's do the copy paper. Fook, yeah, I'm not going to get a chance to do another live until Friday, so I wanted to get this done. I'm not going and doing the thing I was going to do tonight, so this is a good opportunity to get this in because I want to do a random roll or something Friday night. As you can see, the edge is not terribly cromulent. We still got a big old burr from the factory. Wow. Holy shit. I'm doing good. Like, I got the transport work I was looking for, so I'm in a much better environment there. I've got a much more stable schedule for the time being. So I've been enjoying that. A lot more autonomy and the ability to do what I need to without being micromanaged, stuff like that. But 117 hours. Like, I think I've done 85 hours before. Oh my God. This thing is not comfortable in the hand at all. And the quality of the cut is not very good right now. How long do we think it's going to take to wear the burr off on the cardboard? Do you think we're just going to roll it over into just a nice long continuous roll? Fan, what's going on? Welcome. But yeah, like, I honestly don't know how you do that. Like, I don't have enough ass left in me for a part-time job after I finish doing my regular full-time job. Like, there are nights where if I'm doing a live stream, as much as I love doing these, I gotta like talk myself into going downstairs and getting it started. Like, that is nuts. Yeah, I'm scared if I throw this out, it's gonna haunt me in my sleep. Which, I'm gonna tell you right now, this already feels better than the Fox Edge that y'all stuck me carrying. Feels like the burr might already be getting smaller. And I figured this might be a more standard 4-hour stream just on the back of this thing not holding the edge. Because I think Amazon advertised it as AUS 10, Japanese AUS 10 to be specific, for $4.87. Oh my God. This is so uncomfortable. It might be able to break skin. I'm not going to find out, but you can buy one and check it out for yourself. Yeah, the only reason I put in 80-hour weeks is because that's what the job kind of forced me into, and where I lived, there wasn't another job paying similar to what I was making there. Yeah, I'm sure home-based makes it significantly easier than trying to work, say, in 2 different offices for 100 hours a week or something like that. Yeah, this is $4.87 on Amazon. I wasn't kidding when I said the cheapest possible knife to buy. The cheapest. Yeah, like so I went to tech school and I was going to get into cybersecurity. I was going to get some certifications and get going there. That being said, like I went through entire semesters and like I came out of there with like an A, and I couldn't remember a damn thing like a week later. So like I wound up where I'm at now because, oh my God, this is terrible. This is god awful. We are gonna have to sharpen this. It is not worthy of the precision adjust. Yeah, it's about gas station knife bad. But yeah, I was gonna do home base, set up my own small home office, and just do tech support from home. But like, I'm sure if I worked in that field for a little while with a little bit of guidance, I could probably get my feet under me and do really good there. But the problem is I can't retain enough information that I'm not actively using from classwork to get through the semester, to get to the certification. Yeah, this thing is cutting like teetotal shit. We are going to sharpen it real fast. I figured that's what was going to happen, but the cuts are already god awful. Fan, it ain't gonna shave a single arm hair off, man. It's not. But it's supposed to be Japanese OS 10, is what it's supposed to be. Also, hi and welcome. So we're just gonna go ahead and sharpen this up real quick and see how long a fresh edge holds up. I'm not doing the precision adjust. This thing is not worthy of the precision adjust. Damn, Fook, why are you coming in here being mean to me, Fook? What did I ever do to you? What did I do to you, Fook? Honestly. Ah, there we are. Yeah, no, I caught that on the second try. Sword? Are you asking if I have a sword? I got like a couple of swords, but they're nothing special. Let's see, we got belt. Damn it, where did I write the number down? 3. There's 2. And Lacey, I'm sure you're cringing just watching something get thrown at this thing. This could very easily be fan, chill out. I just started sharpening it. Chill out. But it might be 3CR. Like, yeah, Austin's a lie. So yeah, this is definitely a professional high-speed tip rounder. Just so you know, this is a high-speed tip roundener. Yeah, I love like a 3-minute convex edge that can shave and mirror it out in like 3 minutes basically. Yeah, spelt 4. And like this is what the 4MAX Scout got after I hogged off all the material on the 2x72. All right, we'll run this, we'll give her a quick strop, and we're back in business. All right, so we got a good mirror polish on this. Yeah, I love having that thing for doing a real fast zip job on my cheap knives. The fuck is this? Your face! No, I wanted to go ahead and do a stream on the cheapest Amazon knife I could find. And get that done. Mark D. Maker, what's going on? A strap on that machine? You talking about the belt grinder? I don't have any strap-on machines. Yeah, we're gonna do a real quick strop job on this. Just get her, give her the full beans. Yeah, that's like a little tiny belt grinder. I tell you what, I desperately wish there was a platen you could put up in under the slack belt part where I just sharpened it. The platen between those two wheels would make sharpening like this an absolute breeze. Just trying to kick it up on there and run it on the flat platen like this, I don't have control over that. I have not seen a spring-assisted Rat 1, dude. I'm sure somebody has converted one to spring assisted at least once. Oh, wow. Was that from the factory like that, or was it converted? Well, I do like a good convex edge, especially like if I'm going to be in a rougher environment. At least my limited understanding is convex edges will take more abuse and hold on a little bit longer than, say, a V edge. I just like to have the option, just like a little platen you can slide in there to do a V edge if you want. Oh, there's a lot of side-to-side blade play in here I can feel now. KO, I appreciate the optimism that you think I have spare cash. Like, if I had the kind of cash to buy stuff like I wanted, we probably wouldn't be doing a $4.87 knife on Cardboard Slayer. Just a guess, what is going on? Alright, we're almost done sharpening this bad boy up. Just get this last strop in. And Lacey, like, I still want to get a strop and diamond emulsion to try out, see how it stacks up against the 5 stages of grief I call this stropping now. But cash flow problems are abundant. Daniel Clark, Zach, what's going on? How's it going? Yeah, well, now we have a game going. All right, for $2, I put socks on. For another $2, I take them back off. Last night, I got paid, what, 20 pesos, I believe, to take socks off? That was weird. Okay, I think we're in the butter zone here. I think I made the edge a little bit too fine for this. Yeah, we sharp. Huh. We're not shaving really effectively, but we're sharp enough. Let's get back on it. White Cliff, L, what's going on, man? Welcome. Oh, yeah. Like, I am sure the emulsions work better. You know, the paste was just, one, kind of trying to prove a point, and two, trying to improve my setup on a budget of nothing. Like, that paste was $7, and the strop was like $4. That middle strop. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message. For sure. I was gonna ask you how much, like, I was gonna ask you, yeah, I know, I saw that. I was gonna actually ask how much a bottle is, and then I lost track of it when I was doing like 5 other things while I was looking, way back when. Cause yeah, I'm gonna have to buy or make a clean strop somehow. Which I think the thing I'm missing is contact cement. And I need to look into my bag of leather scraps, see if I've got something that'll glue down. ENSC. So this is knives, I guess. And it's all pocket knives all the time. And right now we're edge retention testing the cheapest knife I could find on Amazon, which was $4.87, just to see how long it lasts. And Amazon claims OS 10, which means it should go for at least 4 hours, which no one expects. But we're going to see how it do. Let's matter of fact, Ian, you're a new face here. Danielle Clark, Zach. Yeah, no doubt. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll definitely shoot you a message on Instagram. I have no thoughts on simulation theory. I'll be honest. Okay, so you're a new face here, so you get to pick a figure out to kick this off. You've got a choice between the robot, the Grim Reaper, the ninja, the Frankenstein, the mummy, the knight, the alien, or the scuba guy. Let's lower the property value and confuse a few people. Yeah, like I bought a bag of leather scraps. Oh, I don't doubt that. It's like 3 degrees in Canada and 4 people live there. Grim Reaper, it is. Let's get this part of the night kicked off. Around the cabin. Come on. There you go. Because, yeah, like I've got some old cutting boards that I can dice up and make a paddle out of easily enough. I bought some leather scraps from Hobby Lobby or Michael's to learn how to make sheets with, and they turned out to be OJ Galambos, what's up? The leather's just too thin for doing sheath work, so I just kind of stashed it. And so I'm pretty sure that'll work. Whatever I've got in there. It's like I was going to do 5-minute epoxy, and then I figured that might not work if it soaks through the leather too much. Oh, not too much is up with me, man. We're just going in on the cheapest knife that you can buy on Amazon right now. And having a good time with you guys. I decided I wasn't doing the thing I was going to do tonight because I am still tired as hell. And I'm not going to get to do another live stream until Friday, and I want to do a random roll live stream and not this. All right, folks, see you in a little bit, man. And of course, because... Oh, God, no. This is a Brill Rare. And it is a clone of the Cold Steel Black Sable, which I normally don't like giving I don't like giving clones time on the channel. However, I already did the first video with this thing before I found out it was a clone. Yeah, I don't have Vegetan. That was the thing that I got wrong. This is like some real thin stuff, but I am sure I can make it work, at least well enough. How many cuts so far? I don't know. Like, we've been cutting with this for about, I think, 5 minutes on the new edge. So, not many. Like, we got, shit, like, 10 minutes in, and the edge was so bad, the factory edge, that we had to sharpen it right away. I am not sure what 7 days to die is. I'm going to assume it's a game. And I am all out of emotional support caffeine, so we're raw dogging it tonight. Because I didn't plan on this one. I didn't plan ahead and grab extra. Might ping the wife real quick and ask her to grab me one on her way out of work. That'll do it. Well, if I survived everything I've survived so far, I can promise you one thing, the universe ain't letting me out that easy. I ain't getting out that easy, guys. Give me a half a second here. Okay. Josh, what's going on? Gotcha. Yeah, I'll take a look at what my options are. Like, that's something I'd like to do a bit later on. As I need to get like some more disposable chunks of wood. Like my cutting boards are very, very highly figured olive wood that I got to turn pins with and make beads with and all that. I've got one made out of shisham, so like I've got the materials to build a strop. I just don't want to burn up all the good stuff. Like I've done the green and white stropping compound sticks from Harbor Freight, and those did plenty good for strops. It doesn't compare to the diamond paste, of course, and you know we're talking about some of EDC and Lace's diamond emulsion that she sells, and trying some of that out. That's what we're looking at here, because you know she wants me to see the difference between Temu diamond paste and the good emulsion. Mike Angelo, what's going on, man? Welcome back. You know, running this thing makes me wonder what the hell Cold Steel was thinking with the design of the Black Sable, and then I remember the 1911, and it all makes sense. This is the really rare something or other. Arthur Gatsky, what's going on? How you doing, man? But I don't think it had a model name. I can't remember, but it's a clone of the Cold Steel Black Sable. And if I would have known it was a clone before I bought it, I wouldn't have bought it. But we already did the first video on it, so I got to see it through. Someone needs to come up with an app or something like that where you can, Ron Dobbins, what's going on? Welcome. Someone needs to create an app where you can just upload a picture of a knife and it'll tell you whether or not it's a clone or what it's a clone of. That'd be so nice. Like, is that a TIFF? We're doing a cardboard slayer on a knife to see how long it takes me to fuck the edge up, is what we're doing. This is the cheapest thing I can find on Amazon. It was less than $5, so we're seeing whether or not its claims of being Japanese OS 10A are true. Yako, what's going on? How you doing, man? Yeah, we're getting this Brilli Rare out of the way and done with, because I don't want to do this on Friday on my next live stream. We have been at it for what, about 15 minutes on this edge? Because like we got a few minutes in, and once the burr got broken off, the edge just went to shit immediately. Like the factory edge was garbage underneath the burr. The stream's been going for 30 minutes, but we've been cutting on this edge for about 15, give or take. And guys, that fox edge that y'all picked out for me last night is so bad. It is so bad. It might be worse than the, I think it actually is worse than the Revo Canyon. I'd still rather carry that than the ST-155, but I would trade this knife in for a paraframe and be happy about the trade. Well, depending on the steel, since we don't know exactly what the steel is, it claims to be AUS 10, which we all highly doubt. This may only last an hour. We've had, I think 4116 lasted about an hour. The mystery steel on the $5 Ozark Trail Axis locks lasted an hour. But this is not on a factory edge. This is on a mirrored convex edge, so it may last a bit longer. Yeah, well, it's again, I've handled plenty of knives at this point in this channel's lifetime. I've handled plenty of knives where I would much rather have carried a paraframe and would have been happier for it. The paraframe ain't as bad as everyone makes it out to be. But, yeah, I guess the paraframe is like the low end of the bar. Yeah, Master USA is already not going to be a good brand anyways. It really isn't. But, no, so I had to sharpen it, and I took out the belt grinder and sharpened it. We got, what, 5 minutes in, something like that. And once the burr that they left on there on the factory came off, it could not cut. Worth a shit. Every cut looked like about the 5.5 hour mark of last night's knife. B-Rye, what's going on, man? How you doing? I don't think we've seen you in a minute here. But yeah, we're gonna destroy the edge and then figure out something else interesting to cut with. I may break out the mega knife from Tim's School of Fish. Hey to Miguel, what's going on? I don't know if I said hi or not. Wow, Mafia Gorilla, India and China? That's a, how are you in India and China at the same time? Brooks Buford, what's going on? Did I miss anyone? Joseph Bryant? Joseph Bryant, hi. I think I got everybody. Favorite EDC knife. I don't have any one favorite. I've got a few that I love a lot. You know, my bug outs, my Devo Growler, the Rat 1 and S35 VN. You know, I've got the EDC knife I've had since like 1998 or 1999. You know, but I've done like 800 videos. So like I've gone through so many now that it's hard to just end up with one single favorite. And, you know, I'm carrying a different knife every week for videos. Favorite knife steel. Right now, out of everything I've tested, I think Kaiser's 154 CM is my favorite that I've played with. That thing held an edge forever on Cardboard Slayer. Like that was 8 hours of nonstop cutting before it gave up. I have got a Spyderco Tenacious in 8CR13. That's the only one I got. That was a gift from another channel. That being said, I'm not buying a Spyderco until I got the money to buy one of the good ones that I actually want. You know, I'm not going to half-ass it if I'm going to spend that kind of money. So, like, I just got that one Spyderco, and I'm not sure. You know what? The Spyderco is actually in the box to do a live stream with, just to see how the 8CR13 and the grind do. It's like I carried it. It's a decent enough knife, but I think it's what the Tenacious is an 8CR without the titanium is still like 60 bucks. No, that should be like a $30 knife at most. Like that Tic Tacs is no joke. Oh, nice. Yeah, I do worry. I do worry about the point where we Allah Atreus. Hi, I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right. Welcome. My dude, Lacey, I cannot tell you just how catastrophically bad my cash flow issues are. It is really, really bad. I ain't buying anything right now. All right, I've been saving up for my Cold Steel Mayhem since Blade Show ended in June. I'm still only halfway there. Yeah, I think Civivi knives in Walmart's a really good thing. I'm hoping that causes enough of a shift in the industry where more companies go to places like Walmart to sell stuff. You know, it shouldn't have to just be an online buy, especially like if you're walking around Walmart trying to think of something to get for someone and it hits you. They don't have a decent knife. I'd like them to get them a decent knife. And it does turn it into a bit of an impulse purchase. Yeah, everybody loves the feet picks, but you get them for free around here. Yeah, it's like the only thing I see is whether or not Civivi starts making like way cheaper stuff and lower quality for Walmart specifically, because Walmart is known to do stuff like that. I do worry that something like that might happen. Yeah, it will grow the community, and you know, a lot of your guys where they're like, "Oh, you like knives? Check this out," and they hand you a fucking Smith & Wesson, are going to be more likely to hand you a QSP or a Civivi. Like QSP would dominate at Walmart just off the back of the Penguin. $30 knife, like a good $32 knife. You know, someone that would have handed you a half-broken Smith & Wesson instead hands you a QSP Penguin is like, hey, check this out, I just got it. And you're like, bro, that is awesome. That is a good knife. Instead of going, yeah, that's great, buddy. That's great. I don't have the heart to tell you how big of a piece of shit you just bought. I hope you didn't pay more than $5 for it. Because that's like... Because that's like one of the worst feelings as a knife guy. When one of your buddies gets really excited, he's like, dude, I just got this knife, check it out. And they hand you a Smith & Wesson or a Browning or an M-Tech or a Tac Force. Or like a... I'm trying to remember, Chongming. That was another brand that I got one time. That was a Temu knife, I believe. So like they hand you one of those from the gas station, you're like, yeah, Master USA. That's another one, but they hand you one of those and you're like, you got to be nice about it. And you're like, I can't think of nice words for this without sounding like I actually like the knife. How do I do this? Oh yeah. You know, it's if Target took a page out of that too, like that would also help out a lot. Well, I mean, you just throw the Master USA in your car glove box in case you need a cheap knife for anything. It's like, if you've ever like stopped and repaired something on the side of the road, like you've probably at least once had to use your knife for something that you really desperately did not want to use it for. And that's where those cheap beaters come into place. Yeah. I mean, the other thing you do is like start try to half spin throwing it and seeing how long it takes to break. Like, believe me, I have gone through a lot of pure garbage knives. So I spent 10 weeks carrying knives from Temu. Like, I have seen the worst of the worst. So I completely understand. I will say, at the very least, if someone shows you an Ozark Trail and they're like, dude, check this out. You're like, yeah, Ozark Trail's been doing a lot better lately, man. I think you got to go. I think you got a decent cheap knife out of that, dude. Like, at least you can say that now. A Mossy Oak, that's another one of those brands where it's like, they make some of the worst stuff imaginable. It's like, I used to only see Mossy Oak at Walmart, I believe. But that might have been, Walmart's the only place I went that had it. But I don't remember seeing Mossy Oak there recently. Yeah, like, it'd be great, say, if Walmart just had a section that was nothing but knives, kind of like a knife shop inside the Walmart. That would be cool. For folks like you and me, that will become rather unimpressive pretty quick. Cheapest, yeah, this is the cheapest knife on Amazon right now. It's $4.87. And unfortunately, it's a clone, but I didn't find out until after I did the first video. Ozark Trail's been doing a lot better recently. The only thing that stopped me from buying more Ozark Trail for the channel to check out is their tip down, and I just cannot stand tip down carry. And having to carry this for the last 4 days or something like that at work, however many it was, reminded me how much I just can't stand carrying tip down. Buck knives. Nothing happened to them per se. It's just they keep making the same knives and the same materials they've been using since like 1968 or some shit. And, you know, their fan base is kind of drying up some. No. Somebody, it was either Punisher or Fook, actually brought the name of the OEM for Ozark Trail into the chat last night. I can't remember what it was. It's some Chinese holding company's name, basically. But it's not Civivi. Rob, what's going on? Welcome. The hot spots are already showing up pretty bad. It hasn't been long. We've been cutting with this for about 30 minutes now. Everything on here is a hot spot. Like, none of these points are comfortable. Nothing here is comfortable on this knife. My hand is going to be tore up by the end of the night. I know there's newer stuff from Buck. Yeah, that's badass. That is badass. Everyone needs friends like that. Because, like, believe me, having a friend like that would help me out a lot. But, you know, I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, tip down is frustrating. Like, if all you do is carry tip down, that's fine. But, like, I keep pulling it out and having to fidget with it and flip it a couple times to get it oriented properly to hit the flipper tab. And then putting it back in the pocket. It's just I keep having to flip it. And, you know, it's worse than trying to get the USB in the port the right way the first time. Like, I had a feeling this was going to suck. And boy, was I right. By the way, for those of y'all that have been keeping track, we cracked 130 concurrent viewers last night. We finally broke the 100 concurrent mark. I sharpened this on camera, and normally at one point during the stream, if the edge is totally crapped out, I'm either going to drag out the belt grinder for it, or I'll drag out the precision adjust and sharpen that on a live stream. But I don't have any dedicated sharpening videos. There's nothing special about sharpening with a fixed angle that you can't learn from everybody else. And hand sharpening, I'm not good enough to teach you a damn thing about it. All right, if you want to learn how to hand sharpen, Outdoors 55 is the guy to go see. Sammy Nordyke, I've got a few Gerbers. None of them are impressive. There's the jukebox, an easy out, some other stuff but nothing impressive. Don't bring up Gerber. Yeah, so EDC and Lace. Go look up EDC and Lace on Instagram and give her a follow. Because between light stuff and knife stuff, she's also sharing like deals online and stuff like that, and kind of keeping everybody in the loop there. That's also somewhere you can go to get your stropping emulsion and strops, stuff like that. Most of my EDCs, if they're if they're 8CR or above, yeah, Cutting Lace EDC on Instagram. You know, if I'm dealing with 8CR 13, I'll sharpen that around 17 degrees. If I'm dealing with something a bit better for edge retention, I'll go to 15 degrees. But generally speaking, if I'm not sure what to do, I'll go with 17 degrees. And if EDC and Lace is in here, I'll just ask her about it because she's a professional sharpener. And she knows all the things. Yeah, like I've done hand sharpening on like 3 knives. I can get a decent edge. It doesn't look good, but it serves as an edge. I got to practice some more on that, but also my sharpening block is a $10 4-sided deal from Harbor Freight with probably the most contaminated diamond grit on the planet. And then I got strops. And I'm pretty sure the strops are doing half of the work there. Oh God, you cannot tell me this is already going south. Yeah, just be careful. Like, it's real easy to round a tip out on a belt sander, and it's real easy to burn an edge. So I use diamond paste from Temu right now. And I go through 5 stages from 28 micron down to 2.5 micron. So that's a lot of time on the strops, but it pays off. Like EDC and Lace sells diamond emulsions that are supposed to work a lot better and a lot faster than what I do. But my stropping paste or my diamond paste costs like $7 for like 20 tubes of it or something like that on Temu. But yeah, the Sedulo, the Gerber Sedulo, that actually has my attention as something I like, but I ain't spending the money on it right now. That'll be way down the road when I've got money to just burn on stuff. Yeah, the higher the grit. Don't be scared of having a glass of water to cool the blade back down. It's like if you're holding it like this while you're sharpening with your fingertip up close to the edge, you can feel it getting warm. If it starts getting uncomfortable, just dip it in some water, cool it down real quick. If you see that edge turn blue, you screwed it. It's that part of the edge is cooked. It ain't gonna hold an edge no more. What do you mean? Like, if you've got more parts, you can replace stuff on anything. But yeah, like, the reason I can get away with what I can on the work sharp belt grinder is those belts are really small and they're not going that fast. But if you're on a bigger belt grinder, like a 2x72, you got to be real careful. Especially if you don't have a variable speed drive on it. Whew. Like my Grizzly 2x72, it takes about 1/8 of a second to burn an edge if you're not really careful. One Grail knife, like the only thing that would pass for a Grail knife I have besides prototypes, like I'll take a prototype of anything just about, would probably be the Hogue Misto. You know, like I don't really have a Grail knife per se, but the Misto is probably the closest you're gonna get. Like, I'd love to have one of those, but like it's part of it is, you know, it's hard in my mind to justify spending that much money on something that I don't even want to carry to review. I don't want to carry it, review it, and do cardboard slayer on it just because it's too expensive. Yeah, look up the Work Sharp Kin Onion belt grinder. The newer versions are way better than mine is. They've got electronic speed controls and stuff on them, but they're fantastic. Just, you're gonna have to buy the grinder and a separate attachment. The like, I'd never got the hang of using the little triangle grinder on it. Just that every time I tried, the belt would grab the blade and drag it in there and just ruin the thing. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, the Kin Onion belt grinding attachment made life a lot easier. You got a flat that you can sharpen on, holding it like this and going on a flat platen. And on top, between the two wheels, you got some slack belt where you can do a convex edge, which I do on the stuff that I sharpen on it. Yeah, and that's the thing is my Grizzly, which, Lacey, I am sure you have seen that Grizzly 2x72, but that's got one speed and it's Mach fuck. Like, if something gets caught on the belt, it's going into the stratosphere. Which is part of why I never got good at grinding my own knives out, because I just kept burning things. No, like, you can get spare parts on Gerber, like, again, anything, if you've got the parts, like, you've just got T8 and T6 screws holding everything together. You just take it apart, put the new parts in, and put it back together. Jen MCL, what's going on? Favorite car? Oof, that is a tough call, too. Because, again, like, when you get older, one favorite of anything starts to get really difficult. We'll go with, if I could buy one car right this minute, I would buy another 1969 Dodge A110 Sportsman van with the windows. Only in better shape than the one I had. And a actually, I'd probably buy an automatic on that. Brooks, I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for the time. Thank you for your time. But yeah, so I had a 1969 Dodge A110 Sportsman van. Absolutely massive motherfucker. A ton of fun to drive, and it had a 3-speed column shift on it, which also an absolute blast to play with. I would buy another one of those in a heartbeat. It's just mine was primer gray and full of rust. The floor was rusting out on it, so there were holes right next to my feet that I could see the road. I could see the road through. It was constantly breaking down. It was just a shitbox du jour. Well, no, it's just like the clutch pedal on that thing, you had to put like so much force into that clutch. Like, the spring was ridiculously strong. Your leg would start to hurt after about a minute sitting in traffic somewhere. That got real old. But that transmission was geared really low, so your 0 to 60 was like lightning. 60 to 75, though, you might want to clear your calendar for the next week. So I would race people off of the light with it sometimes. and everyone hated it when they got smoked up until I ran out of gearing at the top of third gear. Yeah, I was like, you know, every time I try to grind a blade, like I can't slow it down enough on the high grits to not burn a spot on the edge, and it was every time like an eighth of a second of contact's all it took. Oh, your bad factory grind, like, are you talking about the grind all the way up to the bevel or just the grind on the edge? Because really, if you're trying to fix a grind all the way up to the bevel, you got your work cut out for you. Alicia, what's going on? Welcome back. Well, we got the lady showing up in force today. Something else that I would buy right this second if I could, in good shape. Gabriel, what's up? But a Ford Aerostar minivan in good shape. I would buy that in a heartbeat. I love those things. It's still pushing, but it ain't happy about it. Like, you can see what we're getting here, and we started with this about 40 minutes ago. So we're entirely sure it's not going to be a OS 10. Well, I appreciate the kind words, Alicia. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I do want the baby banner with the Wiimote scales on it. Those things are just, someone had a great idea there. I love it. I'll tell you what. Joshua Yoder, I do, but I think it's been a while since you've been here, man. Yeah, if you've got a fixed angle sharpener, it's not hard to just lock in a good angle on that, the angle that you want anyways, and just sharpen until it's all even. Like, that's what I do. But again, I'm not good at hand sharpening. My day has been pretty good, man. I spent my day trying to sleep off last night's live stream, and I was gonna go do something tonight, and I just didn't feel up to it, so I came down here to get this knife out of the way. Oh, why'd you have to tell me that? Dead or dead? I'm gonna guess that's how it's pronounced, but this was $4.87 on Amazon. Do not buy it. Oh, the handle is way too small. Like, it is. So, like, if I'm doing general light purpose cuts or something like that, it's fine. Like, a 3-finger grip's gonna get you where you want to go. But for doing this, way too small. Amazon claims OS 10. However, as fast as this is wearing out, I'm gonna say charitably it might be 4116 at best. Aries 106. Patio Orangutan, what's up? Welcome back. Aries, I'm pretty sure I'm not a cat, but I haven't checked in the last 40 minutes. Yeah, I would love to be able to score the lander and the Wiimote scales for it. However, it's, again, money. Like, I don't have money. Yeah, we've done VG10. That did, yeah, okay. The only OS 10 that we have done is the Formax Scout right here. The OS 10A on that. And if I remember right, it didn't wear down that fast, but also the edge was so crap on it that we couldn't really get a good stream out of it. We're going into ASMR mode. Did you like that? You know you like that. You're dirty. Okay, enough of that. You might be a pug and we wouldn't ever know. It's pretty anonymous internet. Yeah, it's again, there's a ton of cool stuff out there and I don't have money. Like right now, the videos that I'm doing, I am chewing through the backlog of stuff I got at Blade Show. You know, I saved up for months to have some money to take to Blade Show with me so I could buy some stuff. And then I was like buying stuff very strategically and on a tight budget and making sure that I got the most I could out of it. So, you know, there's a lot of budget knives. And a friend of mine traded me like 6 knives for some beads that I made. Another friend of mine gave me some gifts that he had that he didn't want anymore. Like a lot happened at Blade Show and I came home with something like 24 knives. We started at 6 or about 550, something like that, and this has got about 50 minutes of use on it. Like I said, I don't think this edge is going to hold up too well. We're already starting to see problems on it. I could be wrong. It could keep going like this for hours. I don't want it to because this thing hurts. Like the ergos on this are raw garbage. I hate they had the lander, one of the landers on sale for like $22 with a couple of blims. And it took me so long to get I had it in my cart and I talked to the wife and made sure she knew what was happening and we decided to pull the trigger on it and they were out of stock by the time I got to that in like 5 minutes. Like I was hoping it would stay in my cart because I had it in my cart long enough for me to order it, but nope. Gown. Yeah, I'm hoping the much better half sees my request for emotional support caffeine before she leaves work. Four Fist, what's going on? Oh, good God. Yeah, let's switch over to Wi-Fi. 5G is not happy right now. There we go. No, like, I'll make stuff up. I'll try different stuff. Like, I used to only do regular drinks that had normal sugar in them. However, for some reason, my taste has just kind of changed over the last, like, 2 months here. And so I'm kind of going through and seeing what all's out there. As I will say, like, one thing I didn't expect is the sugar-free game. Now that market is wide open with ungodly amounts of different stuff. And the regular sugar stuff is like less and less and less of it exists. Yeah, I wish Ben would have gotten back to me because, you know, I'd talked to him about tinted translucent scales. And we had been talking and he like got excited when he's like, yeah, like the old Nintendo 64 controllers. He gave me his card. He's like, email me. And I emailed him and he never got back to me. Yeah, no, that's the thing is like, I don't think I can handle like Diet Coke or something like that. Like there's a mild reaction to artificial sweeteners that's like nausea for the rest of the day. I don't know what the deal is there. Apparently that just kind of runs in the family. But I think the wife accidentally, yeah, but it was right after Blade Show, too. I might shoot him an email again and just say, hey, kind of a reminder about the translucent scales. So, I mean, he might have been busy, and, like, I don't know what to expect out of Ben. Like, I don't know if he's one of those guys that will email everyone back that emails him or anything. Like, I don't know. But, I mean, it was right as I got home from Blade Show on Sunday. Yeah, so it's weird. Zemo with the Beamo, what's going on? Welcome back. We have got the cheapest knife I could find on Amazon for $4.87. It is a clone of the Cold Steel Black Sable, and it is trash. Yeah, well, I think a lot of these that are sugar-free aren't including, like, sucralose or anything else either. It's just basically straight-up flavoring with nothing added to it. Patio orangutan, yeah. Yeah, this thing is garbage. Don't buy it, folks, but we got it on the channel right now. For $4.80, you can be as miserable as I am right this minute. Did your mother abandon you as a child? Then we have the knife for you. Did your dad make you take a shower with him that one time? We have the knife for you. And the only reason I'm not as miserable as I could be is I built up a hell of a callus right here from doing these live streams. Do you hate good factory edges? Well, guess what? It's starting to chew my hand up. Like I said, the only reason I'm not suffering as much as you would is there is a hell of a callus right here built up from these live streams. No, I have not played Shower with Your Dad, but I've made so many Showering with Your Dad jokes since I found out that existed. Like, I know that exists, and I love the fact that it exists, but I want no part of it. Oh, come on. You have no idea how hard it's getting to cut anything with this already. So we may be practicing some hand sharpening later. Oh yeah, hands are toughened up. Yes, there is a Shower with Your Dad simulator. I haven't seen... Wait a minute, is the nutsack game where you replace one word in a movie or something like that, a movie title with the word nutsack? Because I played this the rectum game with that. You know, like the men who stare at rectums. James and the Giant Rectum. Attack of the 50-foot rectum. Like I said, Amazon claims OS 10, so we don't actually know. I guarantee you it's not OS 10. But yeah, you guys can throw in your own... Are you even steel? Answer me, you son of a bitch! Are you actual steel? It's better than mild steel, maybe. Jerry, you want a butthead? Which one do you want, buddy? Which figure do you want, Jerry? We don't have a Dracula. We've done the Grim Reaper, so we got Frankenstein, the Robot, the Ninja, the Mummy, the Knight, Scuba Guy, and Alien. The eternal sunshine of the spotless rectum. Yeah, no, that's an old joke too. Like, I get why it's your dad's favorite. Ninja it is, sir. Good choice. No one picked it last night. Zombies ate my rectum. Come on, guys. Y'all gotta play along too. Well, see, here's the thing. Is I did a Avengers rectum game one time, and I was like, wait a minute, that's a little bit too on the nose. Oh yeah, what? You can use the word. Well, yeah, I did what's eating Gilbert's rectum one time too. That's a good one. That is one of my favorites. And then one of my all-time favorites was the rectum of the Christ. He diarrheaed for our sins. God almighty, I'm a complete heathen. Rectum at Tiffany's. That's got to be something. Oh, God. Old 80s movies. Old Burt Reynolds movie. 3 Men and a Little Rectum. Yeah, Rectum Busters works. It's a little bit of low-hanging fruit, but that works. Let's see. Of course, we have to do Mad Max Fury Rectum. I'm gonna go ahead and get Pirates of the Rectum out before anyone else does. You got Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Rectum. Actually, you're thinking Charlie and the Chocolate Rectum. We probably would have done Rectum Warrior instead. That would have been better. But I like the way you're thinking. Shit, I had one that I lost. What the hell was it? Oh, The Lord of the Rings, The Desolation of Rectum. Right? Oh, I'm glad you didn't, because yeah, I did do that one once. We're not saying that out loud on the channel. I don't need that clipped. I do not need that clipped, no sir. Or madam. Oh my God, that's good. Your ass, Nick Park. I've never heard that one before. Oh my God. Oh God, that is good. Yeah, I'd always go with Fear and Rectum in Las Vegas. House of a Thousand Rectums. Tom Hanks movie, The Green Rectum. Hey, nice one. How long were you sitting on that, Lacey? How long were you sitting on that one? Let's see. I had so many good ones because we'll do this. Like, I'll do this at work when I'm around new people and we're trying to kill time while we're blocking the store up. Honey, I Shrunk the Rectum. Home Alone 2, Lost in Rectum. Yeah, I never could decide between Full Metal Rectum or Full Rectum Jacket. They say different things. Yeah, I think someone did a thin red rectum earlier. Long hard rectum out of hell. You can also do a long hard road out of rectum, but I don't think that punches quite as hard. I did Honey, I Shrunk the Rectum a second ago. All right, we've been at this an hour. Let's get to the Forbidden Moonshine out. What is it? Hot, Wet American Rectum. Oh God, if I spent too much time thinking about the bar fight game. Yes, Groundhog Rectum, that would have also been good. Yeah, Rectum Ralph was a good one. I'm trying to think whether or not I've done that one before, but I don't think I have. Travis, what's going on? How you doing, man? Throw rectum from the train. Yeah, no, Harry Potter movies are just they're free spaces on the bingo card. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Rectum. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Rectum. Eh. Can we make it past that snag? Probably not. Eh? The edge is definitely beat down. Right? Well, I mean, that's when we have people come in and then the viewer count drops to like 24. Hey, yeah, you can have Shitty of Angels. That's not bad. Yeah, we got a pretty big snag right there. You know, we're going to let this run for a bit longer. Like, there's definitely some significant wear on it now. It did not last long at all. All Arthur. You just sentenced us to that happening. Anything with the word Faustin or Spielen in it's off the table. Mohammed Moran Arif, welcome. How you doing, man? Actually, at some point, we are getting some of the old Pakistani steel from back in the 90s and doing this to it. At some point. Because I have to find out for you guys. Let's see. Fook, welcome back. Yeah, Rectum Magnolias would have made a slightly different statement. The last Rectum fighter. I want to go with Rectum's not included, but that one's kind of eh. Oh, fried green rectums. That's a good one. That's a good one. I don't think I've done that one before. I like that one. We did that right at the beginning of the game. We did Eternal Sunshine right at the beginning of the game. Gorillas in the rectum. And of course, before anyone else gets it, Rectum of the Apes. Boy, Rectum Anonymous would be a hell of a meeting to attend. Everyone's breath smells like shit. That made me laugh. I will say this pocket clip's coming off like right now. That pocket clip is tearing me up right there. All of the tip down pocket clips suck. And no, I'm not going to spin this and tempt fate yeeting my Weehaw bits across the room again. But I will say, if you're in the market for a knife disassembly tool, the NAFS tool is like the best thing you could get just about. That's the only thing NAFS that I own, but it was a very worthwhile purchase. Godzilla Rectum of Monsters. Ooh. Rectum Jam. That says like 5 things at once. Oh, nice. Josh, welcome back. No, don't put your Rectum Jam on toast. That is slightly better. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't do this with tip down pocket clips. You know what? I think we're calling this as dead after an hour. Push a little more. However, what I can do is I can try hand sharpening it. Yeah, no, sorry. Past $25 is kind of not worth it to me. That NAFS tool was $20 a blade show. Absolutely love that thing. And like, I pretty much exclusively use that and the tools that came with my gin knives. Yeah, no, I am going to freehand sharpen on the shit block that I have. It may or may not sound absolutely miserable. I don't know. I've heard complaints about freehanding on camera. We're going to see. Do I have something slightly shorter than the healing box to put it on? That is an interesting question. I don't think that's tall enough. Give me 1 second here, guys. We're going to find something to set this up on that's not the healing box, just because that's too tall. But that is seriously what I've got to work with. That's a little bit too tall as well. Not heavy enough. Guys, I don't want to use the healing box because it's too tall to fit under the camera easily. Why do I own SpongeBob Monopoly? I own SpongeBob Monopoly and I don't remember ever buying it. It's not saying much, but I don't remember ever buying it. Give me something here. Give me something I can work with. It may end up just being the healing box. Ooh, I got an idea. I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna make this work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work, you guys. All right, guys, I think I got it. So, I've got these guys from like the late 1800s or so to do cleanup jobs on when I get bored eventually. I don't know, like, it's like, jokes like that are either reserved for when you know your audience really well or something like that, because like, you know, especially like we have women here and women that may or may not appreciate that kind of joke. So it's like, yeah, I'll steer away from that until I know my audience better. That's just me. Oh no. We usually do Snow White and the Seven Rectums. That makes the right statement. All right, so we got 200 grit right here. And the edge we have here is no good. Oh, No one did a few good rectums. Oh, the girl with the rectum tattoo. So the holes are just kind of let material fall through and get off of the block itself, and I think they also reduce the price of the block. Like literally, this block was like $7 or something like that at Harbor Freight years ago. The best little rectum in all of Texas. Yeah, I got more of a filter and a softer touch than I used to have. So like I will take my audience into consideration with a lot of stuff before I start really going in on the jokes. Yeah, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rectum's a good one. I didn't get a second Hogue mat, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, silicone mat of some sort to keep this thing in place. That's what I need now. It keeps moving. Well, I guess we're grabbing the other mat. Yeah, bear with me, guys. Try and get a new system put together so that I can actually do this under the camera a bit more easily. Okay, that's a lot better. 1977, what's going on, man? There was that crappy Nick Cannon movie, Stomp the Rectum. But yeah, no, like I said, I used to have like absolutely no filter. It's just when I started trying to change for the better, that's one of the things that just kind of went. It's like, I feel better having a filter and at least some kind of filter. Kind of surprised you guys haven't reached Raiders of the Lost Rectum. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just kind of like I spent enough years as a complete insufferable asshole that at this point it's like it's part of just being better is that is a natural evolution of me. Well, we're cranking into a fairly even looking bevel now, but there are still a couple of low spots where I think the combination of the factory grind and the belt grinder did not do it justice. Yeah, I'm more sufferable now. I'll give myself credit there. I've made some progress. Oh god, Bruce Lee, enter the rectum. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let me see if I can think of some new ones. Yeah, there's a low spot here that just ain't dying. Yeah, we do hit Avatar the Rectum Bender pretty regularly in the game. Blinded Starfight, Flight, what's going on? Welcome back. You have joined us playing the Rectum game. Replace a word in a book title, movie title, song title, something like that with the word rectum. We are well into it now. Yeah, this low spot right here will not die. Yeah, we opened up with James and the Giant Rectum. Man, this low spot won't die. You pretty rectum, that's not a bad one. Yeah, Harry Potter, those are just free spaces on the bingo card. Yeah, we got another low spot on the other side. I'm hoping running some of this edge off on this side will help bring that lower spot into easier to reach territory. Like otherwise, the bevel's looking pretty clean on the edge. I've got that kind of figured out. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. I can't believe no one's done rectum, I guess. Why won't this low spot go away? Tired of this low spot. Like it's getting smaller, but it's so low. I'm gonna have to remove so much steel to get it out. Like so much. Yeah, this is. Like, this is one of those few times where it's like, I don't really want to be on cheap, nasty equipment like this, but if you can sharpen on this, you can sharpen on just about anything at that point. And, if you're going to learn how to hand sharpen, learn on what you got. Starting to bring it in on that low spot. Gabriel, EDC and Lace can answer that question. I can't. All right, Blind Starflight, peace. Appreciate you being here. Steins versus Knives, what's going on? Yeah, so we're doing the cheapest knife I could find on Amazon, and it lasted an hour on a brand new edge before it died. Yeah, this low spot's really low on both sides. I never did rectum game with Shawshank just because I never could make it work for me. However, I did call it Sharkshank Redemption. Low spot will just not finish dying. God almighty, I'm getting tired of this thing. And I gotta do the other side too. We started this stream at 6 o'clock. We got basically exactly an hour on the factory edge before it was just crapped out. So now we are using this as hand sharpening practice. And I've got a low spot on this thing that won't die. Which I'm pretty sure I baked the low spot in deeper with the belt grinder. Will this low spot please die? Ooh, a rectum runs through. It's a good one. Why are you still here, low spot? Probably should have gone with animal rectum. That one would have been better. Oh God. I can't think about Power Rangers without thinking about that one time I had some guys that I worked with yelling white power. So I walked up behind them and yelled Ranger really loud. Completely fucked their shit up. Boy, I wish this would stay put. No, believe me, I live in Georgia. Like, I know the guys were just making a joke and being funny. However, when I had that idea, I realized if I ever encounter it for real, I can have some fun with that. The low spot's almost gone. Okay, so that is not a perfect bevel all the way across, but given the fact that I barely know what I'm doing and I had to remove that much steel, I think it's all right. Got a very large burr all the way down here. Let's work on a low spot on the other side now. No, but I also don't drink. So like a brewery, bar, something like that, you're not going to see me there. Yeah. So, I wish I would have understood what you were saying a little sooner, Lacey. I really do. Riding the edge, the very edge right here like this, hogged off the material so fast. This is the GVDV Zodiac. EWS Radio, what is up? This is just a shitty $7 sharpening block I grabbed at Harbor Freight some years ago. JD Freeman, what's up? And now I'm just trying to get the width on the bevels to match both sides. Yeah, I drove out to Winder once to go to a vape shop there, and it took fucking ages to get there from here. Widen this bevel out just a little more and they should match. They're just not going to match. There it is. Yeah, like this bevel is now a good bit wider than this bevel. Mark's Adventures, what's up? But part of that is I had to remove so much material from this to get rid of the low spot. And it's going to take me God knows how long to get this widened up enough to match this side. We're going to give it a little bit more love on the edge of the block here. Yeah, I'm using the thumb stud as a guide. Like if the thumb stud is just barely above the stone, then I can match that pretty consistently. When I don't have a thumb stud, I'm using this part of my finger right here, just barely not touching the stone to hold my angle. We're going to call this a close enough. So Amazon says it's OS 10. Yeah. I don't even think it's 7CR. I think it's like 4116 or something. All right, we're going to make some passes at 300. I said, I'm thinking possibly 4116 or something like that. Like, I already knew when I read the deets on Amazon that it wasn't going to be AUS 10. Yeah, and believe me, I'd love to have a good solid way to test HRCs on this. That'd be so nice, but we ain't got that luxury. All right, on to 400. Yeah, I'm sure the heat treatment on this is just a guy with a cigarette lighter and a glass of water. Just, yeah, it's good. Psst. But like those HRC testers are what, like thousands of dollars? Huh. I thought they were up in the like $8,000-10,000 range, but what do I know? All right, we're going to 600. No, that was 400 grit. Also, Lucifer, I don't know if I said hi to you. $600 grit's the last grit I've got. However, you can get a certainly serviceable working edge with it. Well, the uranium to weaponize it properly takes a shit ton of refinement. Like, you're not going to have a way as a home gamer to really refine uranium enough to turn it into a serious weapon in your garage. Okay, so 600 is the highest grit that I've got. And I'm going to do the Outdoors 55 thing to get rid of the burr. Yeah, that's one thing I will say. If I'm doing a nicer knife and I'm really trying to keep the bevels perfectly matched, I'm going fixed angle. Like, that's just end of. All right, the healing box can go back. This can go over here for now. I've done the damage I'm going to do there. All right, what can I do off a 600 grit before I strop? No. So 600 grit finish without stropping. Get a clean piece of paper. Damn it. Okay, so that's not the worst I've done. I think I have come up with one that was shaving off a 600 grit before. This'll shave. Oh yeah, no, it needs to be stropped. What I'm looking at is how well I could come off of a 600 grit without the strop. That was one thing, like Outdoors 55 was showing, if you drag it back and forth, you can reduce or eliminate the burr off of that. I mean, it is taking some hair off. Lou, what's going on, man? How you doing? Now we're going to strop it. Get the trusty old diamond paste on it. Now, it lasted pretty much an hour. Well, what's the matter, Lou? But one thing I do want to do when I have the diamond emulsion is they sell leather stropping belts for the that little Ken Onion belt grinder, and I want to try that out with some diamond emulsion and see how it does as a powered strop. That could be interesting. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with well, what Outdoors 55 was showing is you do drag passes, really light ones back and forth, alternating until the burr gives out. I thought I did enough. I didn't. The burr got really, really small. Yeah, the belts are like, I think 22, 24 bucks each. EWS radio. That was a good one. Bravo. Bravo. Like, I don't want to put diamond paste on those belts because, one, they're 22 bucks a pop, and two, like, every time I handle diamond paste, like recharging strops and stuff like that, it like gets on my hands, and then I can taste it for the next day or so. All right, next stage of strop. Yeah, I think a lot of us have been there, Lou. All right, last drop, guys. All right, where are we with the edge now? don't know. I don't think these are lithium batteries, but I did get these off Amazon. No, like I said, we all highly doubt it's actually OS 10. It looks like it's probably, again, 4116 or something like that. Okay, so we are removing some hair. It's not the best shave on the planet, but it is shaving again. So I'll take the W on that. Yeah, a lot of planes won't ship lithiums. But if you're ordering it and it's shipped via ground shipping, they will send you lithiums. Okay, that's not a bad sharpening job, especially for the stone that I had. I'll take the win. I could probably strop it again and get some more edge out of it, but it shaves. Yeah, those are ground shipping. All right. I guess now we see how long my hand sharpened edge holds up. But first, let me go grab a treat for you guys, because you know I spoil you. Okay. We get to do a pizza box on a brand new edge. Nice. I'm not sure why we're yelling. Everyone calm down. Come on. Cut, damn you. Come on, EWS. We're not going there, man. This may not be that great of an edge after all. Nah, I did not get it sharp. Not proper sharp. Ah. Yeah, Lou, the knife's garbage. The knife's garbage and my edge is not good. I was hoping it was better. It felt like it was going to be better. Well, let me see something. Let's flip this thing around the other way and actually use the flat platen on it. Rectum 10, that's a good one, Lacey. That's a good one. I like that. Rectum 10A. Yeah, no, that thing sucks for flat platen grinding. Twisted Sis, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, the belt depressing too, I'm using that to press down and get the, oh, what you call it? The convex on there. But no, the platen, as short as it is, you can't really get the edge on there and pull it all the way through the way you need to. And then trying to go this way, you just hit the motor. Like, what the hell did they design this side for to begin with? Yeah, I thought maybe. I'd turn around and do something different with it, but no. Yeah, and like I'm screwing up the thumb studs on this thing so badly because I don't care. It should be 3. Well, it's not so much that. It's the way the platen's set up right here. Like, you can't drag this thing and really get the tip the way you need to here. If you drag it here, you go up past the end of the platen right up under the wheel. And that's where it started flexing on me. It's like the platen's good. The platen is steel. Yeah, why'd they even bother putting a platen on that side to begin with? Like, I am confused now. I would still carry this thing every day before I carried the ST-155. right, Jerry, man, I appreciate you being here like usual. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one. Like back in the day, I used to be able to just kind of walk around some pretty nasty parts of town freely just because I looked like one of those white guys that had been in that part of town forever. Like I had that look. And I no longer look like that. So if I'm in one of those parts of town now, I am going to be carrying a firearm of some sort on me. That is a stay strapped or get clapped situation. All right, let's see. Is this thing shaving off of that belt? Do I really need to strop that badly? Like it's shaving, I think that's going to be as much work as I want to do to this thing tonight. KO, what's going on? Welcome back. I don't think we're going to get this too much better, not with this steel on this kind of edge. So, what else do we got to screw around with? We've already done this one. We haven't done this yet. This is a clone of something. I can't remember what. But this is the Ned Foss version of it. That's something that Tim School of Fish sent me a while back. We got the Kershaw misdirect here. We could work on tearing up. We have done the Gerber quadrant. I can see that. We got a Kershaw camshaft here. I don't think we've screwed with this Ganzo yet. This is some 440C. I know we've done 440C before. That did pretty well. Well, I did a hand sharpen on it, and it didn't get as sharp as I would have liked it. I did something wrong, apparently, and it might have been just starting with such bad bevels, I couldn't get them to match well enough. No, the Fox Edge is upstairs. Actually, we do have the Kershaw Shuffle 2 and 8CR13 we could play with. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Like the convex edge is more for survivability under hard use than a V edge would be. But, you know, you start with a finer, cleaner edge on this kind of slicing. It's going to hold up a lot better. I'm trying to think, what do we want to cut with now? Like, what do we want to fuck around with? You know. We got the Schrade Viper that probably won't be a ton of fun to cut with. And I don't want to sharpen it. I'm not going to lie. Okay, let's get some stuff picked out. Oh yeah, no, the Ganzo 440C is excellent. I'm trying to think. We did Ganzo 440C on one of them. I can't remember which one. We got a Firebird and D2 here. We did one of these Ganzos 440C and it held up, I think, about 4 hours, give or take. Hey, beautiful.
Hey, honey, you want your monster now?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we got this one. But yeah, this is basically a Rat 1 knockoff. This is part of why I had that community poll about whether or not to actually mess with Ganzo, just because I don't like clones. Actually, you know what? You know what? We've got this right here. And when I first started doing live streams, everybody asked me to do a live stream with this one and see how it did. So, you guys want to do that? And this is supposed to be a 9CR18. What you got, beautiful?
I'm trying to figure out what I can take up what this down here.
Gotcha. Then we're going to mess around with this. Like, everybody was asking for a live stream the second they saw that going before Christmas last year. We might save this one for later on. I mean, that's the thing is, like, especially trying to maintain the integrity of a channel like this, like, clones are kind of a no-go. Yeah, no, look, for the price, Ganzos are real hard to beat. Like, you know, it's just, the steel is good. The build quality is there. The build quality on these is just like, you can't really argue with the build quality on it at all. The build quality is there. The materials are good, all that. It's just the clones. The clones. Oh yeah, that big one's a monster. I waistband carried that for a few days at work, and then like I did my videos and found out it's a clone. I can't remember what it's cloned from, but I have the same thing from Temu. Let me get it. But there's the Temu one, branded as Browning. That was not enjoyable to cut up cardboard with. You know, they're both clones of a different knife. But the big one, where is it? Where is my scale? Where's my, I've got a scale. Yeah, I got a scale, so we can check that out real quick. $327 grams. 327. Let's see. What's a good comparison knife? The Rat 2. 76 grams. It's heavier than the Cold Steel 4MAX Scout. 286 versus 326. Yeah, I said it's just me. Like, I kind of draw the line there. Like, this is a very obvious I'm going to be doing some Ganzo coverage, but it's going to be finding stuff that I'm pretty sure is not essentially a clone. Is what I'm looking at. Because, like, I know there is some wiggle room in the definition of clone for a lot of people. Yeah, I don't know how. That thing is just severely under-engineered. That thing is profoundly under-engineered. All right, so let me get some emotional support nicotine going. We're going to start in on this. I don't think I'm going to last longer than this is. I don't think. But let's get some paper out and see how she do. So for being this tiny and difficult to control, it's definitely cutting okay. I don't know if I pushed it through a bunch of cardboard already or not. Yeah, counterfeits are definitely absolutely a no-go. Like I said, it's different for some people, you know. Some people don't care that much. Like they consider a Ganzo not a clone. I tend to treat them like clones. All right, see you in a few puns. Oh, this is going to be an absolute delight. Yeah, it's just like I think the Ganzo I have there, that's a clone of a spider-tailed bird. Like, it's pretty damn obvious it's a clone. They just put an axis lock on it. Change the thumb hole up a little bit. Yeah, this thing definitely ain't cutting so good. I'll probably strop this up a real good one before we get into the real cardboard. I'd love to play around with that, Lacey. However, like I tell everyone, don't send me anything you want back. All right. I don't want the hassle of sending it back, and I don't want to be. I don't want the responsibility of dealing with the USPS if it gets lost on the way back. Like I don't want to deal with that end of it. Yeah, like there was a. Was it I think it was Neebs actually cut the top of a bottle with his Rex 121. But if I am going to do if I'm going to do something like that too, it's going to be like a charity stream to raise money for something, or it's going to be a stream to help keep my lights on. And that's going to have to be when the streams are actually making some money. Because like right now, right now, like a good stream might make 12 bucks. And it's not to say that I'm not, fairly passionate about what I'm doing, and I'm not saying I'm not enjoying what I'm doing here, but that kind of suffering, I'm getting something back out of it. This one is not hurting my hand yet. The first one we did definitely hurt. And I thought the edge on this would be a little bit finer, but this is a GVDV, which they're not necessarily widely known for their edges. They're just like GVD. You can get a pretty good knife pretty damn cheap. I might should have finished cutting this pizza box up and started on some real cardboard before I resharpened that other one, but live and learn. Now this thing's cutting all right. Back of my neck reveal. Like I said, I don't remember whether or not I put it through a bunch of cardboard earlier in its life. I don't think I did, but I haven't messed with this thing since around Christmas. And on at the time it was on sale for like $11, and I still think for $11 you definitely got like a good value out of this. It's still a really cool little trinket. It's a cool looking 5th pocket carry. We aren't stropping it. We're just going to go for it. If it is 9CR18 like the listing says it is, which I think is copy and pasted from GVDV stuff, then we're probably not going to be here long enough to totally wear the edge out. We're just going to send her there, bud. I don't know why it just hit me, but I've got a copy of Mac and Me that I still haven't watched. I got a bunch of things I still haven't watched. Like I'll buy DVDs with good intentions, but right now my attention span just won't allow it. Okay, no. What the hell? This should be cutting okay. Yeah, really. I don't want to do this if this is going to keep cutting like this all night. You know what? Where'd I put it? We're getting out the giant son of a bitch. Screw it. There we go. Yeah, it sucked. I'm sure if I sharpened it and put a new edge on it, it'd do better. But now we're just having fun. I'm surprised no one did Alice in Rectum Land. Now that I think about it. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I never saw Adventures in Babysitting, but yeah, like I do like sitting back and watching a movie that's so bad it's funny. I never actually saw Mac and Me, so I was like, you know what? I'll get this, sit there and watch it with the wife. And we got it. I haven't watched it yet, but I got Joker. I haven't seen that yet. I got like the new good Suicide Squad. I haven't seen that yet. I should have a copy of the Batman. I haven't seen that yet. Like, there's just a lot that that I'm missing out on. I don't know. Like, I've read somewhere that like kind of a side effect of depression is like you can't sit there and watch movies or stuff like that and enjoy them like you used to, which that may be part of it. Oh no. See, that's one of the things that like I will discuss openly because I feel like we should be able to have open conversations about it, but like I deal with depression and PTSD like nonstop. You know, right now I've got medication that keeps life manageable. You know, I'm reasonably okay most of the time, but I need to actually start making phone calls. I procrastinated enough that I'm going to run out of meds before I can find a new psychiatrist because we had to switch insurance out because of healthcare.gov bullshit. And like the insurance was like $41 a month for the year. And then this year it was going to go up to about $350 a month. And we couldn't swing that. So we changed insurance, and my psychiatrist is like, we don't take that insurance, and it'll be $740 a visit without insurance. No, not in the military, man. Just suffered an incredibly violent home life as a child. And back in those days, if you had that kind of problem at home, you just got bullied and suffered more violence at school. So it's like I didn't have anywhere safe to go. Like I go home, violence. I go to school, violence. Like just everywhere. For most of my adolescent years. Oh yeah, I know. Like I've got enough of the daytime stuff, but the Seroquel that I use to sleep at night is running real low, and that means I'll be dealing with withdrawals from that. Paolo Bautista, what's going on, dude? What's deserved? What is deserved, sir? But yeah, like it's part of why I didn't want to start medications in the first place is if I wound up in a spot where I'm out of them, I'm going to go through withdrawals. It's just, I've dragged ass for far too long. It's just like, I'll get it later, I'll get it later. My head was so shot from, you know, stuff pertaining to work and dealing with awful people there that I couldn't. And I was supposed to take care of that yesterday and completely forgot that I was supposed to do that yesterday. And everywhere that I could look is closed right now, so... Yeah, like I've done the homework part. I've done the work outside of medication that you need to do for PTSD and stuff like that. But the chemical imbalance is still there. Yeah, I despise healthcare in this country so much. Yeah, well, it's amazing. Like, if you saw me at work and you saw my customer service game face, you'd never fucking guess. You'd never fucking guess. Yeah, I can't afford to stay quit off of these things. Like, I've got too much that I built up and too much that I'm doing right now. And, you know, I don't need to be going through withdrawals and turning back into someone that's very, very, very easy to anger. And turning hostile at the slightest insult. You know, I could have used some of that fire for the last year at work dealing with somebody, but you know, I need to get on solution for that instead of sticking on problem. Yeah, at one point I was prescribed Vyvanse and then found out that was going to be like $350 a month because insurance is like, haha, no, fuck you. So that had to go. We went with Concerta. Oh, brother, I used to drink. I used to get high. I used to do all that shit. Kenneth Williams, what's going on? Well, I'm not currently angry, if that's what you're concerned with. But no, like, you know, towards the end of that run, like, I was abusing tramadol like crazy and I quit drinking in 2008 because every fucking time I ended up just crying alone in a dark room, and I was like, this is no longer enjoyable. And at that point, I was drinking and abusing tramadol, usually on top of each other. And then when I quit that, I was just like, all right, it's just gonna be all painkillers all the time. And that finally caught up to me. I was like, I gotta do something. And I did something. But, you know, that was damn near 15 years ago. You know, all that shit came to a head at the very end of 2009. Yeah, well, like, I started off, I think it was back around 1998. I was just smoking pot, and that turned into a 24/7 deal. I had to be full of THC or I wasn't okay at all. Like, that was the first time all the trauma and flashbacks and all that shit quit haunting me. Like, I stopped having flashbacks. I could just relax and breathe. And then they started coming back while I was high. And that started piling up and piling up. And then my body chemistry just said, you know what? You now smoke a 7-hour panic attack. So I just switched to drinking a whole lot. And then when my first kid was born, because like when I was a lot younger, I had a dental procedure and the doctor gave me some Vicodin for it. And I took it as prescribed and nothing happened. Like, it didn't really relieve any pain. It didn't do shit. So I just pounded Advil and I threw the bottle in the medicine cabinet and forgot about it. And after my first kid was born, I stayed in the hospital for 2-3 days with the ex-wife. Like, the imitation couch in that room fucked my back up so bad that I could not function. And the ex-wife's like, well, you got these right here. I was like, yeah, they didn't do much. She's like, break them in half and take 2 of them. Oh, shit, game on. So it turned into drinking and finding literally every bit of painkiller that I could. And part of that was for profound back pain. Sam W., what's going on? Yeah. But yeah, the flashbacks don't really go away, dude. You just learn how to deal with them better. But, you know, it's like my back, there was some spinal curvature sitting on a nerve that was causing pain. So I was also trying to deal with that. And nothing really helped. But whenever I saw one doctor before it was controlled, he's like, well, we got tramadol. We can try that. It's non-narcotic. And I was like, all right, cool. And I had a profound reaction to that. And I was off to the races there. Especially when the doctor's like, well, how many do you want a month? It's like, oh, shit, game on. And, you know, it kind of spiraled from there, but I was able to keep that going for years. Yeah, so I mean, the heaviest stuff I got into was a Percocet and the Vicodin that they give cancer patients, the really strong ones. I played around with those. Thankfully, it didn't go farther than that. I was actually able to quit, because if it would have been heavier or stronger, more addictive narcotics, I wouldn't have made it. You know, I wouldn't have survived the ex-wife's 2-year-long affair that also included 2 other suspected affairs in the middle of all that with the same group of 3 guys. Like, me and those guys already almost didn't survive that. Tramadol, some people, yes. Most people don't have a big reaction to it, but for those of us that do react to it, it's a fairly profound effect. But yeah, back in I think it was back in like 9. It was back in early 2009. My ex-wife had one of her dipshit friends over that had her dipshit kids with her. And her oldest kid put my youngest kid in a Rubbermaid tote and shoved it down the stairs. Broke my child's arm because the ex-wife was not paying the first bit of fucking attention to the kids. So we went through all that. That's another story entirely. But the kid had a bottle of liquid hydrocodone, the liquid Vicodin and stuff. Hey, Woodnator, what's up? This is some Ned Foss clone of something else. We started off on the $4.87 knife from Amazon. That crapped out after an hour, so now we're just screwing around and talking. But you know, the broken arm after my kid's arm had healed up and didn't need it anymore, I was kind of sneaking some of that and replacing it with water as I was going through like that psychological withdrawal from not having tramadol around. And so eventually I got caught doing that. I finally got caught right before Christmas 2009. And like I tried to blame it on somebody else, and then I finally came clean. I'm like, I have been stealing pain medication from a 4-year-old. I need help. So then I went and found a meeting and started putting the work in, and I think January 8th was the last time I did anything. So the 9th was my first day clean, and I slept 20 minutes a night for 62 straight days off of that shit. Like, it sucked. Like, stay awake all night, sleep 20 minutes, go to work, come home after 8 hours outdoors, deal with the ex-wife starting fights nonstop, sleep for 20 minutes, go to work. 62 straight days. And the Ned Foss is okay. It's heavy as hell. I'll give it that. And I think it's a bit thick to enjoy pushing through the cardboard. It's got that dagger grind on it. Yeah, like I said, Lacey, I wouldn't have survived what you were doing. All right, I was already in too much trouble elsewhere. So like I said, towards the end of all that too, like my ex-wife, she'd already had a couple of online affairs, and she was talking to people that I think she was trying to bait them into coming cross country to come save her from her own problems, basically. So we'd already dealt with that a couple of times. And then she started screwing around with her best friend's husband. And he had 2 friends there that were also, like, all 3 of them were trying to hook up with my ex-wife and his wife at the same time. And she got caught up in that mess. And without getting too graphic with it, me and 3 other people were not going to live past my 30th birthday at the rate I was going. That was the plan. That was going to be my 30th birthday present to myself. Thankfully, the right people were in the right place at the right time, so nothing happened, but dear God, it was close. So yeah, if you would have had harder substances in that mix, oh my God, that would have been so bad. was like I was already like there were a lot of nights there, especially when all that was happening, where I'd take about 3 to 5 tramadol and then pound some of those ginseng energy pills from Quick Trip that could pull a horse out of a coma, and then pound like 3 or 4 Ice House Tall Boys, and you talk about a party. Nah, hey, you showed up on one of the heavy parts of the stream, man. Yeah, I've been given morphine twice. No, 3 times. Once when I found out NSAIDs do in fact cause some inflammation from the diclofenac sodium tearing my stomach lining up. Now I can't take Advil or aspirin or anything like that. No NSAIDs. So they caused some inflammation somewhere, and I went to the hospital on the back of that thinking, okay, the situation's over. I'm good now. Maybe it wasn't that. And I wound up in the hospital with that, and the doctor sees the scans and walks in and goes, here, have some morphine. And then there was the kidney stone and the broken wrist. And all 3 times there wasn't a profound psychotropic effect, but because it's given at the actual dose needed by a medical professional, Gabriel, I will see you later, man. Thanks for being here. It was it relieved the pain. It wasn't a profound psychotropic effect. Now, when they gave me nitrous oxide when I had all my teeth pulled, oh my God. I had been clean for a while. I go in there and they're like, we're going to give you some nitrous to relax you. And they gave me some pill, an anxiety pill. And they hit me with that nitrous and it kicks in. And all of a sudden I realize, like, I feel like I'm talking way too loud. And then it hits me. Oh shit, I'm high. Fuck, take it back. Take it back. I don't want it. I'm scared. Take it back. I don't want it anymore. And, all right, Lou, appreciate you being here. Yeah, which thankfully, that was administered by a medical professional in the proper setting and not abused. So that doesn't really affect your clean time. But that scared me. This is some Ned Foss. It's something, but I don't know what. We're just playing around with this. We started with the cheap Walmart knife and it burned out after an hour. So we're moving on to this. And I'm sitting here talking and crop dusting myself relentlessly. Nah, Fook, you're good, man. So we need to move into lighter territory. I just can't think of what right now. Oh yeah, like, I am never cleaning. The mess in my house is so bad. It is so bad. Well, addiction's going to show up in a lot of ways once you quit using. And for a lot of us, retail therapy happens really bad. I've been bit by it and it shows up once in a while. That's kind of how I wound up with so many blades and wound up starting this channel. Was got all these knives, I need to do something with them, and I want a YouTube channel. So here we are. And I wish I could find the video and clip it. But Rich over Ace on Knives, you went on this crazy, bizarre tirade about how guys buying nice EDC equipment is not fair to the guys that can't afford it, and just railing on people for buying nice stuff. And I could tell he was either screwing around or 100% deranged, and it took a while to figure out, but it was just so bizarre. I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a channel. That's what I'm going to do. Like, I've been thinking about it for a while, and it was just like, you know what? Today's the day. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest. A large part of that first 2 years was just spite. It was just spite. Like, I got clean because I knew I needed help really bad. But you know, like the ex-wife, she'd be begging me to go to meetings and stuff, and like, you know, she'd be treating me like I popped a couple tramadol and then beat the living hell out of her every day when like I never touched her. Like I'd be asleep on the couch and she'd try to wake me up because like I'd been working for, you know, 12, 13 hours that day. And that was like my 5th day in a row of that. And just be like, just let me sleep, go away. And then she'd be like, you hit me in your sleep. You hit me when I tried to wake you up. Like, yeah, I did not. But so I get clean, I start going to meetings, and then she's like, now you're just addicted to meetings. You're gonna relapse, and it's ruining my life. It's like, the door's that way. You want me to help you pack? You know, so like that first couple of years is like, bitch, I'll show you. God, this thing is no fun to cut with right now. I'm not even keeping track of how much I'm cutting. In a lot of respects, yeah. In a lot of respects, like, but that was also part of what made me miserable enough to realize I needed to get clean and do something about it. But, you know, it's just, you know, we kind of hit a point where she just, it was miserable, you know, and I thought maybe a lot of that was me before I got clean, but then, so I took the kids and left her. She started doing the exact same stuff she did when she was in an affair for the last time. Because, like, you know, she promised, I'll never cheat on you again. We're going to fix this. We'll make it right. And, you know, because I had kids, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to stay put. I'm going to try to put things right. I'm going to try to work through this. I don't want to walk away saying I did not try. And, you know, she, Woodnader, I did not. This is on the factory edge. I don't care what happens now. I'm not keeping track of the time on this. I'm just hanging out with you guys. But, you know, and of course, like if you're in a relationship with somebody and they suddenly start accusing you of cheating on them out of fucking nowhere, that's your warning. They are cheating on you. Especially if you aren't doing anything wrong and you're just going to work and coming home, they're cheating on you. But she started her bullshit up, and I knew she was cheating on me, and I knew who it was with, but I was like, brother, you are throwing yourself on a grenade for me. This is my way out. And, yeah, so she pushed me a little too far one day, and, people were about to get hurt. So I was like, I'm out. We're getting a divorce. But, yeah. So, like, I took the kids and I left her. And I was like, all right, over and done with. And the dude she was with acted like he was scared of me, like the way you would act if somebody knew you were fucking around with their wife. Even though I was like, brother, I'm so grateful for you, man. You saved my ass. But the kids moved back in with her after a while because kids want their mom. And, you know, all the complaints I'm getting is she's doing the same things to them and her husband that she did to me. And it's just like, all right, so yeah, that really wasn't entirely me. I was just trying to get high to escape and it didn't work. You know, and I'm not going to shit on her too hard. It's just, you know, that's some of the stuff she did. Like, she was just fucking awful. You know, it's like when my uncle died and that shit fucked me up so bad. You know, he's like, that was the dude I wanted to be when I grew up. Like, that was probably the family member I was closest to. And 3 weeks after he died, she's like, why aren't you over it already? And it's like, you're lucky I don't hit women. You're lucky I do not hit women. You are lucky I will not put hands on a woman, for fuck's sake. Yes, it's just like, and there were warning signs right out the gate. There were. It was like a relationship. She was fond of hitting me. Like, you know, she'd hear something that she didn't like or something like that, or she thought wasn't really like, she'd start hitting, like, you know, the type. And I kept asking her to stop, and she took that as a challenge. You know, well, I'm just going to do it more now that you told me to stop. And she didn't realize, you know, while you're, you know, you're fucking with somebody that has profound PTSD from experiencing a lot of violence at home as a child, they're asking you to stop doing something and you don't. And she finally caught me one time, and I turned around and she saw the look. She saw the look of shit's about to go down. I don't give a fuck anymore. That was the last time she hit me. But one of the things that I did have to deal with is the first time my stepdad took a belt after my brother. Unbroken sheet of black, blue, purple, and red from the middle of the lower back to the middle of the thigh. Like, just huge sheet. So he had to do things that didn't leave bruises after that. So there's a lot of getting pinned down and choked out. So if you touch my throat, you die. I will do whatever I gotta do to make you stop. You might lose one of your eyes, whatever it takes. So after she stops hitting me, she made the mistake of grabbing my throat and trying to push me up against the wall. And that was, I don't give a fuck who you are, you're getting hurt right now. And she saw that. Never fucking touched me again. Thankfully, I did not have to respond with any force. She just saw what she was about to cut loose. But, you know, that should have been the warning sign right there. That should have been the red flag to get out now. But at that point, she was already pregnant for the first time. It's like, I'm kind of pinned in here. Which, you know, as far as my kids are concerned, ooh, nice. That's a good score, dude. That is a good score. But, you know, it's just... like, for the sake of my kids, I'm glad I didn't go anywhere. You know, I'm glad I rode that mess out, even though I shouldn't have. Yeah, that's a really good score, man. I'd love a $15 baby banner. Yeah, this thing is like trying to push through it with an axe. Did y'all see how fucking expensive the PS5 Pro is gonna be? No, and I mean, I kind of figured we were gonna get that with this thing. I mean, it's fairly thick blade steel, and the bevel right here is pretty fucking obtuse considering you've only got that much space before you hit a flat. Well, what do we need to hear you out on? Yes, if you have the card, yes. That being said, consoles are supposed to be less expensive and lower maintenance than a computer. No, it is not time to sharpen it. I'm not planning on sharpening this. Like I said, I'm using this as an excuse to cut cardboard and still hang out with you guys for a while. But, you know, it's... The cost of consoles is starting to catch up with computers, and you're kind of getting to a point where you're better off buying a pre-built computer and then giving yourself the freedom to switch between mouse and keyboard and controller whenever you feel like it. Like, we're heading towards that right now. You know, do I think the PS5, is it $500 worth of console? Maybe. Maybe. Like... it's not worth the $500 I spent on it to me because all I've done with it is play Fortnite faster than I used to. The fast updates are nice. The fast software updates are nice. All that stuff. I don't have to wait for 3 hours for a software update. But, you know, it's money I didn't need to spend on a game I could play on my PS4. This one, I don't know. Tim School of Fish sent me this thing. Now, I've been a console gamer since like 1987. All right, I have got so many vintage consoles here. Like, let me take a look in this room right now. We've got the Street Fighter II Champion Edition Arcade 1-Up cabinet. I've got, there's a Sega Genesis, an NES, and an SNES off to my right. There's two fake NES minis next to that TV. On the other TV, I've got my Xbox One, my Nintendo Wii, my PS3, Nintendo 64, NES Mini, Retron 3, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast, TurboGrafx 16, and PS2, all connected to that TV. There's my brick Game Boy that kind of works. There's my Virtual Boy. Upstairs, I've got another Super Nintendo, another NES. I've got the SNES Mini, the Sega Genesis Mini up there. There's a second PS3. There's two PS4s. There's the Wii U. There's the PS5. There's two Nintendo Switches. Am I forgetting anything? That might be all of it. All right, Woodinator. Yeah, there's the baby banner that KO Knife scored. I mean, yeah, so VV Pocket Clip's going to be what, 12, 13 bucks tops? Yeah, so this is just some Ned Foss clone of something. Like, that's the same thing, just in a different size with Browning branding on it. Crooked River, is that it? Also, Jeremy, welcome. How you doing, man? Yeah, so I mean, like I said, we're not really testing this thing out. I'm just using it as an excuse to cut and hang out with you guys. All right, Fook, have a good night, man. Appreciate you being here. Let's see. No, it's not a Crooked River. But I see where you'd get that. Like, somebody knew what it was at one point. Yeah, this is a Chinese fake. This is a Chinese fake. And I think the original that it's copying is supposed to be this size right here. But it's also like a fake of a not very expensive knife. Somebody told me what it was, I think when I was showing these off before I committed to Temugeddon. It's in the comments somewhere in there, but I'm not going to go trying to dig that up. Yeah, the Crooked River looks really nice. Like I said, somebody knew what this was. Like I said, someone needs to develop an app where you can just give it a picture of a knife and then it can scan to see if it's a clone of something. That would be so nice. So nice. I would love that so much. Yeah, the only Benchmades that I've had my hands on are the my two bug outs, which I love those, don't get me wrong. But I haven't held any others. Ninja Rabbit 1, welcome. Ninja Rabbi 1. Ninja Rabbi is cooler than Ninja Rabbit. Let me look. It's not quite a clone of the Terzuola, but it's really close. No, there's another one that is exactly that. Not the Terzuola, but I see the one you're talking about. So I think you're talking about that one right there. Well, that's the thing. I think the Browning is a clone of something else. There was a totally different one because the Browning was the one I was showing from my Temu haul for Temu Geddon, and they pointed out the thing it's a clone of, and it's not a Browning. I'm just not sure. I don't remember what it was. And I'd probably have to go back like a year or more into my videos to find it. And I don't want to do that. But yeah, if you're new here, I don't like clones. I don't like running them on the channel. However, we did this earlier. The whole point of the live stream was the cheapest knife I could get on Amazon, which is also a clone. I found out after I bought it, but now we're just screwing around. I'm tempted to see if I can sharpen this up any more than it is and play with this for a while, but I don't know why they'd make one of these cutters with a ceramic blade that's dull. That's dull like this. Swave, the knife that we started off with, this one right here, lasted an hour. It started off weak, so I put a brand new edge on it, and it lasted an hour, and that was it. It is a clone of a Cold Steel Black Sable. And the Black Sable does not appear to be a quality knife in and of itself either. Yeah. So we're screwing around with this thing. I don't know how it's doing. I don't care. It's not getting a video anyways. I just can't think of anything else interesting to watch while we're talking, so we're cutting up cardboard. No, it says Ned Foss. But that being said, my emotional support caffeine precipitates an emotional support trip to the bathroom shortly. So I'll bring the chat with me while I go upstairs shortly. Just the stained glass knife, the edge wasn't that good on it to begin with. I wasn't about to sit there and try to sharpen another knife again. So it just went back in the box. Like, that thing is what it is. It's a little tape popper, a little box opener. It's a cool little piece. And I may or may not have fed it a bunch of cardboard earlier. I think I did give it some pretty rough treatment while I was carrying it for review. So I may have already dinged up the factory edge on it a good one. You know what's unfortunate? Like, I actually need to go and look. I know when I looked it up, there was one. No, you're right. You're right. It's a black sable something or other. It may be just one of those generic designs that a ton of companies slap their name on. Maybe. I don't know. But I think you get $4.87 worth of knife out of it. But if they still had the $5 Ozark Trail axis locks that they have seasonally over Christmas, I would say that would be a way better choice. By like a long shot. I don't know. We can take a look and see. Like, it sucks that it won't let you search in your own videos for stuff, or like search within a channel for videos. Because that'd be kind of helpful now. I don't know why the Devo Growler pocket check got ad suitability issues. Like, we're not even close to getting to Okay, so we are into Temugeddon territory now. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where the hell this thing is. Yeah, it was like Ah, shit. All right. That didn't really help me. Shit. You know what? I am never going to find this. I go to take a look at a short to see if it's in the comments there, and it punted me all the way back to the top of this list. I don't even want to think about how bad things would be with private messaging on YouTube. I'm not going to lie. Well, the problem here is I'm looking for a Temu haul, and I'm not sure which one. So I'm actually trying to dig in here and see if I can find it. So I had one guy for the longest time that was really good about telling me whether or not I had a clone on my hands. Like, he would let me know it's a clone. And these are some old videos. Sorry, guys, bear with me here. Yeah, we may just not find it. Okay, so it's not that one. Yeah, I cannot find it. I genuinely cannot find it. Well, I give up. Well, we made an attempt. Like I said, I know this is a clone of something, and somewhere in the comments on something, someone told me what it's a clone of, and we just don't know. So screw it. Oh, Never Ending Rectum's a good one. That was a classic. All right. Yeah, let's do our emotional support bathroom break. Yeah, I have done the Doctor Strangelove one before. That one's good. Now watch the viewer count spike hardcore just off a candle sitting here. Just watch. Okay, so I got one that's sketchier than frig. The minority rectum. Okay, I have made it back. And I grabbed a couple of trinkets out of the drawer upstairs. I brought a couple of smallest ones I own. I've got this Gerber right here that was like $2 on Blade HQ on clearance that I got for a 5th pocket carry. I never actually carried it. And then I got the SOG Keyblade that was also like $2. And I jacked the tip up using it as a screwdriver and chipped it real good. So I'm debating the virtues of putting it on the grinder real quick and getting that fixed. I'm not sure it's worth the effort, but let's see if this thing cuts. Greg, what's up? I don't believe I said hi to you yet. But you might have gotten here while I was conjuring up a fudge dragon. Does this thing cut? It actually cuts pretty well. Like, I need to put this back on my keychain. I do. But look at that. X-Men, Days of Rectum Past. We did do House of 1,000 Rectums when we started the game. Yeah, I'm not going to keep cutting with this. It hurts, but look at that. It does slice well. That's pretty cool. Well, you know what? I'm not going to worry about that tip. This thing is not necessarily designed for giving shits about. Where'd that tiny one go? I spit on your rectum? Yeah, this thing actually cuts good too. That's cool. Yeah, we'll probably go ahead and wrap this thing up in about 20 minutes here. Just do a short stream. Because we already got the knife did. I'll throw the video out for that probably tomorrow before I leave for work. Yeah, fight rectum pops up pretty often in the game. Rectum club is a little bit too ambiguous. It doesn't really tell you what it was. Felix Guzman, I'm not making anything. We do these things to test the edge retention on a knife. We did the knife we were going to do tonight. We went in on this piece of crap here, which is the cheapest knife I could buy on Amazon at the time of purchase for $4.87, and the steel held up for like an hour and gave up. So we've sharpened it a couple times, and now we're just kind of screwing around and hanging out. I can't think of anything that I could be making here, although I'm kind of curious about taking this apart and seeing the inwards of an assisted opener. I don't know whether or not I want to put it back together. Yeah, the hills have rectums. I just had this Gerber that I picked up off of Blade HQ for like $2 on clearance. And I've had that sitting around for a while and haven't done anything with it. But yeah, we got that. You could have gone with the Grapes of Rectum. That would have worked too. It's like I got this as a little 5th pocket carry, and then I never wore pants that had a 5th pocket in them, so it kind of got lost in the shuffle, and then it turned back up after I did a video about Gerber knives. So I'm not sure what I'm going to end up doing with this outside of just kind of letting it sit. A wrinkle in rectum would have been a much better one than a rectum in time. Yeah. Rectum creepers, that's not too shabby. That is not too shabby. I'm trying to think of what the hell else we could do right now. Yeah, I'm not thinking of much. Yeah, I don't really have a first aid kit. That's what I'm trying to figure out what to do, because like we had this clone of something out here we were cutting with for a little while. Like we can take a look at some of the stuff that I got in the crap sitting here on the off to the side. Like I don't know what the hell this is a clone of anymore. Someone told me what it was a long time ago and we forgot. Husky, what's going on, man? Yeah, we're on the favorite knife. Like favorite knife is a tough call to make. Like I've done like 800 videos, so like one favorite, I will say one of the ones that I'm the most sentimental about is gonna be this one right here. I've had this since 1999, I think, somewhere in that window. And this thing has been through it with me. Like so what had happened was I was with a buddy of mine, and we dropped by Home Depot, and he told me to wait in the car. And he goes out and goes into Home Depot. I think that was the day he was shoplifting air impact wrenches to resell to make a few bucks. And he comes out with one of those. And I am you know, I'm a bit of a lightweight. I didn't want to go in there and shoplift myself. So I was like, hey man, can you go grab me one? He's like, yeah, sure. And he goes and comes out with this thing. So I get it out of the package. We're playing with it, all that. And then later that day, I wind up in another city. And I'm using this thing to break down a pound of hippie lettuce to bag up. And I did that. And then like it stuck with me. Like I had it through that. I had it through making the emergency move out of the house I was staying because people got in a fight and I took some blame for something I didn't do. And so then we lived with my ex-wife, my former mother-in-law for a while. It survived that move. It survived the move to our first apartment, survived the move to our townhouse. It survived the move out to Carrollton. Then it survived the emergency move out of Carrollton when the divorce happened. It survived the emergency move out of my dad's place. That's a different story. And it survived a ton of moves, and like I carried it when I was doing landscaping and did so much stuff to it. It soaked up so much abuse. Yep. The tip of it got snapped off, hollowing out the middle of a golf ball of all the dumb things. And you know, I ground a new tip on it and kept going. But I wish they would release an updated version of this with a pocket clip, maybe bearings, something you could take apart and service. Because like the pivot, that's just riveted together. You can't take this apart to do anything with it. Just getting the action loosened up enough to do this one-handed easily. Because like for the longest time, it's had one of the stiffest actions on any knife that I've owned. But trying to get the action loosened back up, I wound up having to take another blade and wedge it in here in this gap on the back, and then pry it side to side to loosen it up enough to go one-handed. Right? We still talking rectums. But I lubricated it, and I had to work years of ground up pine straw and dirt and everything else out of the action. And like, if you have something like this you can't take apart in service, put your pivot lube in there and just open it and close it about 1,000,000 times. Keep cleaning it up, drop more lube in there, and keep going until the excess oil comes out clear. That'll get you cleaned out and moving as smoothly as it's going to move again. But yeah, like, I've put a lot of work into getting it working right. I just want an updated version of this. I want a plain edge. I want a pocket clip. Like, I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think that's too much to ask. I really don't. Yeah, like, that's just, if you can't take it apart, you got to have a good way to clean everything up, and that's the best way to go about getting it cleaned back up. What else do I got going on here? He's like, we sat here and we looked around for a while for stuff to show or do anything with without starting up a whole new live stream's worth of knife, because, like, I'm not going to be here till 1 in the morning doing this. I'm not. We just did a live stream last night, and I think that was, what, 6 hours and some change, maybe 7. But, like, the stuff that's going to go on the table for future live streams, like, this will get a live stream and see what I can do with the clean edge. Of course, we got the O-Knife Gar here that's going to be, yeah, Husky, I got to go to work tomorrow, and I ain't got that in me right now. And I don't want to start cutting on a whole brand new knife and spend the next 4.5 hours working on wearing that edge out. But we got the Gar right here. Like, this is one of my favorite pocket cleavers. This thing is really, really nice. They did a really good job with this. O-Knife makes some good stuff. We've got the Artisan Cutlery Proponent. I've got this to do a live stream on. And of course, we got the Revo Canyon. Top 5 Hall of Shame worst knives I own. This thing is god-awful. We should have pulled this out and started working on it. Oh no, dude, you are fine, Husky. Like, nobody is forced to be here and nobody's expected to be here. That's all good. We've got this Camillus Keto. This is also one of those just pure trash knives, which is sad because I got a soft spot for Camillus, but they don't make a lot of good stuff. We have got the K-Bar Becker BK40 that I did a carry and review on recently. I'm looking forward to playing around with this thing because the HRC on this is kind of low. So I'm interested in seeing how well this steel holds up with that low of an HRC. We got my Spyderco Tenacious here that I'm looking forward to that. It's 8CR13, but still it's got a nice high flat grind. Should be super slicey. Maybe the geometry will help buy some extra life out of it. Then we've got this GVDV. I cannot remember the model name on it, but this was a super budget showdown knife. It's been kind of carried and wailed on a little bit. It didn't do too bad when I had it. Of course, we got my Benchmade Bug Out CF Elite right here, which I've heard about the Rex 121. I saw that on Neves cutting the top of a bottle off with it. Fast rectums at Ridgemont High makes a better statement in my opinion. But this is going to be a fun live stream. I don't know how long I'm going to be stuck dealing with this one. We have got this Grow. What the hell stuck to it? I don't know. Something gross got stuck to this. Wow, let's get that cleaned off. But the Grow, it's just a very thick pry bar, so I'm kind of interested in seeing how this holds up. And how hard it is to push through the cardboard on the cut. I don't know what the hell got stuck to that. Wow. Like I said, if I wind up doing something like Rex 121 on here, one, I better have the money coming in from somewhere to pay for that knife to begin with, and two, I better be making some money for putting myself through that. But yeah, that's irrelevant. Like the Grow, it's not a great knife, but I figured the thick geometry on this ought to make it kind of interesting. Yeah, like I've got some Camilla stuff that I absolutely love to death, but like, whew, buddy. Like this is not a very good knife at all. The choff, like it's okay for what it is, you know, but it's definitely still not as well designed as it could have been. Like the detent on that sucks. There's another Camillus. The wedge is somewhere around here. Like that thing, also not that good. We've also got this Casvino. This is another one of those where it's a generic design where yeah, like I said, I've seen it cut glass, but oh yeah, like there. I'm not saying it's not good. The Camillus, however, is not making good stuff right now, or they're not selling good stuff. But this is one of those generic designs that shows up from a bunch of different people on Amazon and Temu and all that. So figured this would be kind of fun to blast out with. It's like 3CR13, or at least that's what it's supposed to be. And that's everything in the box I have for the D20 of Destiny to pick out for us on a live stream. As I said, I'm a little scared of getting the bug out, but we've all wanted to see S30V. We've all wanted to find out just what it can do and how well it stands up compared to other stuff. We've been wanting to see that, so, you know, I threw that in there for us. And I've had that bug out for a while, and I haven't really carried it and done anything with it. Oh, yeah. No, that is a gas station knife. Oh, Ernest Rides Rectum is a good one. We haven't had that one before. Nice. But, yeah, it's definitely a gas station knife all the way through. Gas station, flea market, fair, all that. What is left from the Super Budget Showdown Season 1 stuff? Oh, here's the Dollar Co. That is the Dollar Tree knife right there, and I wish it would have come with a plain edge because I could sharpen it. This thing is one of the dullest things I've ever had. Like, I had to push down on it pretty hard to cut myself with it. But for $1, like, what do you expect? I wanted a fine edge, but like serrations coming out of the box dull. Whoo! You could have gone with gas station rectum. But you know, you got the Camillus wedge right here. It's a decent little knife. For 13 bucks, a little burner knife that's not too bad to have on you. This thing is a knockoff Spyderco Laura Silva. And this thing wasn't that good to live with or carry. Another like if I'm about to break a knife, this is the kind of thing I want to reach for. And I forget, I think this was an eBay purchase. There's no maker's name on it or anything like that, but this thing was actually a lot of fun to carry and use. Cannot argue with that. And the fake Damascus pattern on it is pretty cool. Like that's the stuff I've got laying around over here, and like the box of crap that I'm either done with or don't really care about is right here. This is like right next to the table. So if I've gotten done with something that I'm like just over and done with or something like that, it'll wind up thrown in here. I do have the Harbor Freight knockoff of a paraframe right here, which in some respects might actually be significantly better than a paraframe. Which this is also marked GK23. So that might not be the model name on it. Yeah, that might just... Alright, GK23 is just apparently on Gordon knives. Is this a bird? No, this is a Ganzo. This is part of why I haven't messed with Ganzo that much. Like, this is just knockoff or a clone of a Spyderco bird with a with an axis lock. Yes, this is a also Rob, welcome. This is a Rosecraft Castoria. Good eye on that one. I've actually got one of these to give away. Yeah, this thing is really cool. Sergio Angel, what's up? This thing was like $11 right before Christmas on Amazon. And this is actually a cool little piece. Oh, okay. We may have talked about that before and I totally forgot, KO. Like, my memory is shot. But yeah, like, I've got a black and gray Castoria to give away for 2K that I'm going to be doing that video soon here. Like, soon. You know, it's just kind of one of those things where I will stall. Van GB, what's going on? Ride, yo, what's up? I'm kind of stalling a little bit just because it's going to be a bit of a headache to handle getting everything boxed up and shipped and all that at the end of it. And I'm also about to be closing for a week straight at work. But yeah, we got the Terminus XR with the bad pocket clip on it right here, which it's a great knife. But if you're going to buy one with this pocket clip and not this pocket clip. I cannot stress that enough. Let's see what else we got. We got, like, everything sits on the floor right here, so it's just packed full of cardboard dust from the live streams. But we got this Ozark Trail right here that was $5 at Walmart over the holidays, the same as the Axis locks. And I grabbed this because it is a tip-up carry, which is a rarity. I've got that. There's this Winchester knife right here that I made custom scales for. The ones from the factory were held on with double-sided tape and nothing else. So I figured I'd customize it. I had no reason to not to. Hey, look at that. We got a pear frame. We got the Mora knife right here. We've got my original CRKT CEO here. Right. I didn't hear it bounce into this box because I would have definitely looked for it in the box. Hey, look at that. We got a mini pear frame. Hey, look at that. We got a pear frame. Which actually, this one belonged to my uncle before he passed away, which is what sold me on the pear frame to begin with. It was just one of his, and I thought it was cool when I got it out of the box. This one was missing a ton of pieces, so like you can kind of see here, I didn't have the right driver for it, so I cut a slot in there and wedged it in there with a flat tip screwdriver. Hey, we got a pear frame! And I got that because you could have it customized for like $33 all in. So there is that. Hey, we got a pear frame. Yes, I do have the mini Tanto. This thing, I don't know what it is, but it's an automatic 440 stainless Taiwan. This was kind of the only automatic I had, and I didn't carry it because, well, no pocket clip. Why so many pear frames? I don't dislike the pear frame. Everybody hates it. I don't dislike it that much. And when I first started buying knives again, like, pear frames were cheap, and they had so many different versions of them that were all so cheap at the time. I was like, cool, I'll grab one. And then we got the Massillon right here that was supposed to be titanium, and it's just titanium coated steel on the scales, and I don't know why you would do that, but this thing pretty well sucked. What's the link for on that, KO? We got a Kershaw camshaft here, which is actually one of the Kershaws that I kind of like that I have. Oh, yeah. Shit. No, KO clipped when I went to spin the Weehaw driver, and those bits got yeeted at Mach fuck across the room, never to be seen again. We got a Buck Knives Decatur here, which should be a nicer knife than it is, but this is one I definitely do not recommend buying. We have got a Rough Rider Wasp series. The Kershaw Cryo D2, the Kershaw Cryo, I haven't handled it, so I don't know. But we got the, I don't have anything here just for parts. Everything is an intact knife. But we got the Rough Rider right here, Wasp series, and this one, it went through Cardboard Slayer. It did admirably well, and I did do some hand sharpening on this, freehanding it, partly because this thing is too small for the precision adjust. The judges would have also accepted rectum feet. So yeah, like, I don't do traditionals, but I figured that would be fun to do, especially when they were on sale at Blade Show. We have got a Smith & Wesson. This was part of Super Budget Showdown, and yeah, Smith & Wesson knives are raw garbage. I don't know what you're talking about with the Schrade Viper. I do not have either of those, Rob. And of course, you just brought a knife gun to a gun knife fight. Gotcha, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'd say if we had some an interesting trade, then I would trade this one to you because I'm not a big fan of it. But and of course, we got something that's just about as disappointing as the ST-155, the 1911, and it's just the blade steel that lets it down so badly, so badly. We got the Duratech Tools axis lock. Yeah, if this was a double action OTF, I'd be all about it, but it's not. And the single action on it, I don't feel like is designed particularly well. But the Duratech, this is like $15, and this thing is worth every penny. Like, this is one of the best burner knives you can buy. It took forever for the Ozark Trail axis lock to knock it down. This one is another Temu knife that actually we could not really wreck the edge on. We tried. We did a pretty lengthy live stream on it, and that edge just would not die. I don't know what the hell it is. A Kershaw starter that I bought just because it came with a deck of cards, and it was cheap at the time. And of course, we got our Ganzo rat knockoff. And then we got whatever this Ganzo's a knockoff of, or it may be an original design. I don't know. We got this gas station goodness here. Yeah, I still like, why, if they can do this, can they not get the quality control on the Ozark Trails right? Yeah, I mean, I have some straight up Chinesium. Like, I bought this as kind of a joke, and then we did a Cardboard Slayer on it. I think it did all right. I'd have to go back and take a look at the archive. This guy right here was another Super Budget Showdown knife, which actually carried well and did well. I like it quite a bit. Yeah, I was thinking Benchmade 940 Osborne on that too. And then, of course, one of the Ozark Trail axis locks from last year at Christmas, which this thing is actually good. If they kept selling these as $5 axis locks, these would be one of the best burner knives ever made. And the other Ozark Trail axis lock from the holidays too, which would have been way better if they didn't fuck up every single one coming out of the factory. Like, they did such a bad job with these things. This is another one that belonged to my uncle, and I'm not sure. Magnum stainless steel. And this is one that I would have carried, at least played with, but serrated edges. It is amazing how much cardboard dust is packed in these things. We got the yeah, it sounds about right for an Imtech. We got the Albatross Cool Flipper here, which, if I remember right, the VG10 wasn't that impressive on Cardboard Slayer. but I still like this thing. You know, you got a flipper tab and an axis lock and a thumb hole, so it's kind of got like all the things for me. I definitely liked carrying it and using it. It's not that bad of a knife. This thing, if you guys haven't seen it before, is one of the worst things I've ever bought. Like, this is the king of the Hall of Shame. God, that scares me. So with this thing, this blade weighs a ton and the detent's fairly stiff, and you see how big the back flipper and the front flipper are. If you flip this thing and you're not fast enough, this blade swings around and you get caught right here under that flipper tab, and it is incredibly painful. The front flipper is a pain in the ass to use. The thumb hole is way too small. You can flick off with a fuller, and that would make up for a lot. But you can't carry this thing anywhere without a giant hot spot that hurts like shit. Like, it hurts so fucking much to carry this thing. Like, it just creates such a giant hot spot. We got our Kershaw misdirect right here, which, right, M-Techs are not good. But the misdirect would be all right, but with the assisted open and how slick the scales are, it likes to try to shoot back this way out of your hand while you're closing it. If you got smaller hands, it may not be as much of a problem. But a rectum to remember. And this thing, it's a Grow clone of a knife called the Decepticon. And this right here, these edges are sharp as shit. They will start tearing skin off your hand using the thumb hole for anything. The back of it's not broken down really well. The edges on the flipper tab aren't broken down worth a shit. Like, this thing will tear your hand up real bad. It is what it is. This thing is garbage. It looked cool and I liked the colors when I bought it, and the length of the blade, I didn't know it was a clone when I bought it. But that wound up being some straight garbage. This thing right here, a Schrade, which I got a soft spot for Schrade. Angel, welcome. None of us here can read Russian, unfortunately, but welcome. I got this just because it's a Schrade and it's got the rainbow on it, and we did a... Yeah, people talk about the soft hands, but that's because you don't understand how sharp those surfaces are. They are incredibly sharp. It is painful. But, you know, Schrade, I got that for the rainbow finish, and it looks like a penis. It's got the dick veins on it. And I thought that was funny, and we did a live stream to try to wear the coating off of this, and that thing wasn't going anywhere. We got this piece of shit from Temu. So I paid like $7 for an M390 blade. Where is it? There we are. See? I paid $7 for M390. The yellow greenish knife? What do you mean, this one? It's like some long, complicated model name. SCH509R. Brother, I don't have one favorite knife. Like, we just had this conversation about 5 minutes ago. Every time someone new comes in, like, I've been through 800 videos. Like, you don't have one favorite left after all that. This is another one, another Ganzo, which this is also a very generic design. They've done this. Oh, that is a Albatross Cool Flipper. This one is a it's on Amazon. Look up Albatross Cool Flipper. The basic bitch version without the VG10 core Damascus is like, I think, 16 bucks. So one that I like. I've got a couple of those on hand that I literally just got done talking about. But real quick, a couple of my favorites that I have here, of course, my Benchmade Bug Out CF Elite. So, of course, we got that thing. This is always going to be a good knife. I don't care. And then we got this one that I've had since about 1999. And this is a Schrade 470T Beast. And still, I want an updated, more modern version of this. But I've had this since about 1999. Like, I've had that thing forever. I have carried it through so much shit. Like, it is, I've done so much shit with it. And our concurrents are going back up. Shit. Gotta be something we can do. Be something we can do here. Let's see. Yeah, would you guys believe when we lost air conditioning? I have not tried the Kershaw heist. One thing you learn quick is we are broke as hell around here, so there's a lot of stuff I haven't tried, even though it's on the budget in for most people. I just ain't got the money for it. But this thing right here, it's a Temu knife, a knockoff of a Strider. But the steel scales, look how they did because it got so humid in here when we lost air conditioning for a month. Like, I am not going to forget that period. Yeah, like, I'm making my purchases more carefully now. For sure, like, a lot of those knives were bought for a reason. A lot of those were bought for videos or for doing stuff with, especially the ones bought recently in the last, like, year and a half here. So, like, you know, like right now, I'm being careful about what I buy. Like, I got to buy it for a reason. Like, there's got to be a reason that I want to carry it and review it. That's just like the $5 knife that we started off with tonight. This piece of shit right here is because cheap content, and it seemed like it'd be fun to put this through Cardboard Slayer and see how quickly it actually wore out. And yeah, it wore out fast. Oh, the Rectum Kiss Goodnight's a pretty good one. That is decent, man. Good one. Pucker up. I'm puckering up too. Yeah, so the question is, what do we go in on? Like, we got our views going up right now. Some of the stuff I have laying on the table next to me. You know, of course, we got the O-Knife Sentry L1, which I love this thing. It's impractical, a little bit space greedy when you're carrying it. The D2 held up reasonably well. It's a good heat treatment on it, but you know, you're not carrying this for any degree of practicality. But centrifugal opening. Oh yeah, fantastic rectums and where to find them. That was always a winner. That was always one of the best ones in the game. And of course we got the Rosecraft. And I keep getting stuck. Like, if I don't mess with this for a minute, I forget that you can't open it off the button lock. You can only close it with the button lock. But I really like this thing. The funk on it is there. Like, it's kind of hard to put words into, like, articulate the vibe that it gives off. But it's like a 1950s vibe, 1950s outdoorsman forest type thing. Like, it reminds me of camping gear and stuff like that from the 1950s. Is the best way to put it. And of course the SOG Terminus XR that oof. Yeah, yikes. And of course the Rat 2, which if you don't have a Rat 2 and you're looking for a good $40-ish budget knife to carry and wail on, this thing deserves the hype. All of it. The Cold Steel 4MAX Scout. Did we do a second Cardboard Slayer with this thing after I put the new edge on it? Does anybody remember? It's like, I don't remember whether or not I did a second Cardboard Slayer with this one. Yeah, I don't think we did either. Because, like, oh, dude, you are not kidding. Ping! Like, we probably still need to do another Cardboard Slayer, because, like, when I did this one, it was struggling to cut, and then I found out one edge was at, like one bevel was at, like, 22-ish degrees. And then the other side was 17. So, I tried to sharpen this. Logan, welcome. How you doing? But I tried to sharpen this with the precision adjust. It was just too big and it wouldn't stay put, so I couldn't get a clean edge on it. So I ended up taking it to my 2x72, hogging off a ton of material on there and getting the bevels evened out, and then taking it over to the Worksharp Kin Onion belt grinder to finish putting the edge on it. I don't want Garant. No, you want Garanthone from a knife. This is how you give yourself Garanthone with a fucking knife. Right here. This is the Garanthone knife. So yeah, I think we do need to do a second cardboard slayer session on this one. I do not think we've done it yet. Because yeah, the edge is right there. Yeah, it's still a brand new edge. So we need to go in on that thing. Sativian thingy. You know, in the Camillus Choff, I think I paid like $11 for this, and this is not a bad little burner knife at all. The action could have been better, because like the detent, yeah, like the clamp on the Precision Adjust is a bit flimsy. That being said, I still say that Precision Adjust Elite's worth every last penny of the 120 I spent on it. Oh yeah, I love this thing. This thing is phenomenal. But you know, the clamp could have been done a little better. No, I do sharpen just about all of them after I kill the edge. Like this one got sharpened back up to incredibly sharp. They normally get sharpened after we finish the live stream. Like that's the last stop on the live stream, is putting a new edge on there. I forget what I was saying, but this one took a lot of work to put a new edge on. It's just, like I was saying, the clamp on that is kind of flimsy. It's part of why I want to save up for a Precision Adjust Professional. Better clamp, better stones, just better everything. And I believe you can buy aftermarket stones for it too, which is a huge help. Like, you know, we were just talking about like this little SOG that I got for $2 off of Blade HQ when they were clearing them out, which handy little keychain knife for sure. And of course, you get the little psychological dopamine hit of, you know, fuck you and your Disney loving ass. I got a real keyblade. Yeah, like no, if I was doing things professionally and I was getting paid for it, like Wicked Edge or something like that, all day long, you know, something a lot faster and easier to work with. But at least the Precision Adjust Professional you can buy aftermarket stones for. You don't have that stupid proprietary 3-stone triangle deal with it. We've got the Sincut Crowley, which that is going to be, I think, a channel member giveaway knife. It's a good knife, and I like it, and it's one of the better button locks I've handled. I'm still not good with button locks, but you know, I've done my videos on it and all that, and it's time to pass it along to someone else. I've got to get that video done and kind of schedule that when I have the money to pay for the shipping. MPMP, what's up? Yeah, like we're kind of going through stuff that I have laying around. We got through doing our cardboard slayer session, so like Terminus XR is one of my favorite knives overall for the price and for the function and everything else. Like it's a very good knife, especially if you put your own edge on it. But the only good one has this clip on it. The old clip, straight garbage. And this action is packed full of cardboard dust from its Huh, that's neat. But the action on this is packed full of cardboard dust from its cardboard slayer session. My God. Yeah, no, I just like, so I called was it GSM Outdoors or whatever? I called them and ordered this pocket clip. I paid for the shipping on 2 of this pocket clip. And I waited like 8 months and then called them back because I still didn't have it. And I requested this pocket clip specifically. And I specifically asked them for, where is it? Like, I specifically asked not this. I specifically asked for not this pocket clip. They sent me 2 of these instead of these. So, at Blade Show, I went and talked to somebody at the SOG booth and told them what happened there, and they gave me this one for free because of this. So we do have a good one. Like, we got one that actually works. Yeah, it's going to take forever to work all that cardboard dust out, even if I start carrying it, which I'm not going to get a chance to carry it again for God knows how long. Because, like, I'm on a new knife every week. Did I attach the clip on the far side of the knife? This one, the only way you can do this is drop it in here and then run your screw in over here on this side. Which it is reversible because of that, but that's also why, like, this thing being a weird shape, there's no aftermarket clip for it. But this, they gave me the whole knife for free. This is the model that comes with this clip. They updated it and they just started putting this clip on them after enough complaints about the old pocket clip. And I was not about to pay for a whole new knife just to fix a bad pocket clip. Then of course we got my CJRB Tigris. This one right here, this is the SOG Terminus XR. We got my Kajerb Tigris right here. Oh no, like, it fits the exact same way the old one does. It fits the exact same way the old one does. The old one is too tight, and the way the SOG logo is stamped out on it, it just grabs onto stuff and won't let go of it. Drake does stuff. What's going on, man? For $2, I put socks on. That is the game on the channel. But yeah, the Tigris, this thing is not comfortable to carry. This right here is the O-Knife Sentry L1. And this thing is great. I love this thing. Like, it did 3.5 hours of Cardboard Slayer. The D2 isn't the best we've had, but it's still good enough. It works. But yeah, we got the Kajerb Tigris here, and it was more comfortable to do Cardboard Slayer with than I expected. But it's not comfortable to carry at all. Like, these sharp edges dig in a whole lot, so it didn't get carried much. I probably should try it in the pocket for a while just to see if it does better there, but definitely waistband carry, tucked in on the hip. Whew, not comfortable. I do not have a Microtech like you. I appreciate the fact that you think I have that much money, but I absolutely do not. I cannot begin to afford a Microtech right now. It's going to be a while before I can even think about doing that. Oh, no. So the feet bring people in. They bring viewers in. So anything to bring eyes on the channel. We'll do the feet of a hard-working man. But yeah, if I could carry fixed blades, I'd be having some fun with those, but I don't. We have the steel wheel cut jack here that I just did a Cardboard Slayer on like a little while ago. This right here, this is a Ontario Rat 2. Which, Fat Marv, welcome. How you doing, man? Yeah, the Rat 2, this is a very, very good little knife. Yesterday, we did a live stream on the Ontario Rat 1 and S35 VN, which I took back upstairs and put it with my good knives. My favorite, like, the problem I have right now is that the knife I'm carrying changes every week because I'm doing videos on these things. So, like, last week I carried the, Billy Bob, what's going on? Welcome. Second to the left, this right here. This is the Rosecraft Castoria. But, it's like my knife changes every week for videos. Follow My Trail by Preston. What's going on? Welcome. I do not know a thing about gutting knives, sadly. Maybe somebody in the comments does. I've never been hunting. That's something poor people don't do. At least not poor people that live next to Atlanta. No, I'm getting to the sharpener. Easy. I was in the middle of another explanation. But yeah, so like with the knife changing every week, I don't have like a single favorite daily carry, sadly. But no, most of my sharpening is done on a Work Sharp um, Precision Adjust Elite, or I've got the Work Sharp Ken Onion belt grinder. That's what I do my sharpening on. But yeah, the steel wheel cut jack. This thing is a really, really good budget knife. $32. Fantastic. Let's see, what else do I have? I've got my Civivi Cogent right here, which is another button lock, and it is way too hard to control the button on that for me to be comfortable. Like, if you're really gentle and get your timing exactly right, it'll close, but this thing is way too hard to control while closing. So the precision adjust, it comes with these weird proprietary stones. Like, you know, you got your clamp and everything right here. But with it, you get, where the hell is it? Come on. Where'd you go? Damn it. Yeah. You've got these proprietary three-sided stones right here going from 220 grit to, what do you call it? Ceramic stone. And the angle depends on the knife. A lot of them get sharpened to 17 degrees, but yeah, I haven't spent the money to buy like extra things, like to buy aftermarket parts to make it take aftermarket stones. So I just got these, but that thing does way more than enough to sharpen something up. Like this thing, yeah, it's got one of the precision adjust edges on it. And then I've got strops. I got strops packed with a diamond paste to do my stropping on. It does fantastic. It's not diamond emulsion, but it's still really damn good. I haven't tried out diamond emulsion, but I look forward to it. One of the better budget finds that I've had in a while is the Monocolor grenade. This thing is just a great knife, a great carry. It's in D2, and you get frag pattern, and it's I think like $35 or something like that, or at least it was when it came out. Yeah, Monocolor, they haven't made a lot of knives, but this one and the Assault Team one are both really good knives. What else do I have over here? This might be the Ganzo that we did the stream on. No? The blade's too clean for that. Factory edge, but yeah, here's another Ganzo. Yeah, no, the grenade is cool. I like the Monocolor grenade quite a bit. Yeah, I haven't messed with the replacement blade knives, but EDC and Lace, she sells some diamond emulsion that I'm gonna pick up at some point here. Yeah, at some point I need to try the Work Sharp Field Sharpener. If you were here earlier, you saw me trying to get the hang of hand sharpening. I think this is the fourth one that I tried to hand sharpen, and I prematurely judged the sharpening not good. Yeah, CBD is kind of meh. It's mid. But I called it too early and didn't actually get to cutting any cardboard or anything with it, so I don't know whether or not I actually sharpened it well. I just threw it back on the Work Sharp belt grinder and put a new edge on it again. But the field sharpener I'd have to play with for a while on a knife I don't give a shit about to get used to. And of course, we've got the Ozark Trail dropout here. MPMP, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate your time. But this one hasn't been opened yet. $700.50 firm, no lowballers. I know what I got. Those things are made of hard to find EM apparently. I've been blamed for part of the reason that it's like that. We got my Kershaw Shuffle 2 here. That it's a cool little knife, but it's tip down carry, and I hate carrying tip down. So it hasn't really seen much in the way of use. I probably do need to carry it and do a video on it just to see if there's something interesting going on there. But I haven't carried it. Speaking of the Castoria, give me a second here. Yeah, that can go there. That can go there. But speaking of the Castoria, so you guys that aren't subbed, you may want to go ahead and subscribe. I'm going to put that to the side there. I've got 4 knives to give away because we just hit 2,000 subscribers. I got to do my 2K giveaway video, which is happening very soon here. YouTube will censor some weird stuff. I stepped on something painful. But yeah, I've got 4 giveaway knives for hitting 2K subscribers. We have got one of the Rough Rider Wasp series. I don't remember which model this is, but I figured this would be cool for some of the traditional knife guys. I don't play with traditional knives much, but I figured this would be a cool one. Yeah, I've had guys like that. Oh, it's your fault they're being all bought up. You knife tubers are buying all of them, and no one can find them now because knife tubers bought all of them. It's like, bro, no. This freak out was going to happen no matter what. The hype train was just going to happen. That's what it does every time Ozark Trail drops an Axis lock, without fail. But we got a Rough Rider Wasp here. Yeah, I bought 3, and I bought them for videos, and I can't think of a video to do with the third one yet. Okay, and then we got the Rough Rider cotton sampler right here, which I bought that because it looked cool to me, and I figured maybe somebody else would like it too. I just dropped it. Yeah, I mean, the dropout got me over 2K. Like, they got me past the 2K. Like, the dropout's done me a lot of favors. And then Rosecraft. Right here, I've got a Rosecraft Pocket Monster to give away. Someone's going to win this thing, which I've got mine. I haven't carried it yet. It's been up on the block for you guys to pick, and it's been passed over a couple of times now. But the Pocket Monster, it's a solid design. Like, I like it just holding it and playing with it. I see nothing bad coming from carrying it, except for maybe as grippy as the G10 is right here. Give me a second, Anthony. I'll show you. It's not that it's not what I picked. It was just the one that was there. Oh God, yeah, no, the 1911 sucks. Sucks so hard. But here we have another Castoria to give away, and this one is a nicer example than mine is. But you know, we got you a Castoria here for the 2K giveaway. So yeah, that's the giveaway knives. Like I said, the video for that's coming up real soon here. But the cheapest knife on Amazon is this right here. This really rare. That is absolute raw garbage. The edge lasted an hour, and that's a brand new edge I put on there that lasted an hour. The factory edge lasted about 15 minutes. Yeah, sadly, I don't think the Rosecraft website has any more Castorias. Like, I got good prices on the Wasp. They were on sale at a Blade Show for cheap. And then Rosecraft, Andy gave me this one right here when I was talking about looking for stuff for a 2K giveaway. He just said to wail on mine really hard when I did Cardboard Slayer. This one was also on sale because they were getting rid of old stock to bring in new models and new stock. You're welcome, Anthony. Let me see if they're still available at Rosecraft. So we got and I know I've got Rosecraft challenge coins somewhere around here. So the Pocket Monster is still there. I guess they took that one off sale, but they still have that one. And yeah, there's no more Castoria on there. It looks like you can't buy them from Rosecraft anymore. Yeah, and that's what they did. What, the Castoria? I just looked online too. Well, let me see. I don't want to subscribe, you motherfucker. Oh, I'll be damned. They are. Okay, never mind. So they're still trying to get rid of them. But yeah, like, I saw the orange and black, and I figured I really want that orange and black for myself. The Castoria is 20 on Rosecraft Blade's website right now. But this is one of the ones that I was told that they're discontinuing, which is why they are on sale. The Pocket Monster was on sale too, but now it's at full price. But yeah, like I saw the orange and gray, and I was like, you know what? I have to get this, and I got one that had a really buggered up factory edge. That's fixed. But I figured the black and gray would appeal to more people, and I know like the Castoria is really divisive to begin with. Like a lot of guys hate the way it looks so much, and like, well, we had that one guy in here. He's like, well, it looks like my 5-year-old drew it with a crayon, and just kept railing me about it. And it's like, okay, we get it. You don't like it, buddy. Now, from what I understand, and I know somebody talked to the guys at Smoky Mountain Knife Work, and there is some bad blood between Rosecraft and Smoky Mountain Knife Works, but they wouldn't go into the details. There's something going on there. We don't know what happened. Apparently, only people that were close to the situation know what happened. So, you know, without knowing what happened, I can't really pass judgment that hard. You know, like I don't know what happened, so I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Can we get this thing back out where it's supposed to be? That's better. But yeah, like something happened. I don't know. Well, look, I said, I get it. It's an odd design. All right, this is a bit of a strange design. It has definitely got that weird going on. You're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. Like, there's no middle ground. It involved a rectum. Probably. But, yeah, like, who was it? Was it UKO? Was it UKO? I know somebody that we have on here regularly asks some questions. That's able to actually reach out to those guys and talk to them. Was it you that reached out to Smoky Mountain Knife Works to ask about Rosecraft? It was somebody, and I can't remember who now, but they had asked about it. And there's something, I don't know if it was stolen designs, but it may have been like, because the first thing I heard was that they just took their designs and left, and yeah, it was probably Fook. It was probably Fook. Now that you mention it, I think it was, but it was something that he wasn't able to divulge details on. Like, the first I had heard was that they took their designs and just left with their designs that they designed for Smoky Mountain Knife Works and just took them away on their way out the door. But that may not be the case. That's just the first thing that I heard. And then I heard there's bad blood, nothing else. You know, so without knowing what the bad blood is, I can't really make much of a judgment on it. I really can't. But if you're curious, in the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist, the Castoria is on there, and I told you, like, on that video, there's how well this thing did on the Cardboard Slayer run. But it's D2, and the D2 held up pretty well. And everyone complains about D2 corroding really easily. I hate to break it to you, but this thing sat in this basement with the humidity going through the roof for a fucking month. No problems there. This is the one that I had on me after Blade Show. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what the hell's happening there. But this thing was in my waistband after I got back from a Blade Show. And I came back from Blade Show and went back to work with a, It was I came home from Blade Show, and 2 days later or 3 days later, when I went back to work afterwards, somebody at Blade Show gave me the fucking flu. So I went into work with 100+ degree fever, and I was there for 2.5 days running that fever. This thing marinated in sweat the whole time I was at work for that many days, and still pristine. It is still clean. It is still good to go. So, yeah, like I like the Castoria a lot. All right, just the only thing that throws me is you cannot open it with the button lock. You can only close it with the button lock. It's a weird design choice. I like it. It's funky, but it's the weirdest damn thing. But this is one of the few button locks that really agrees with me because it's very, very forgiving on the timing. And yeah, it's almost 4 inches on the blade. Like this thing, it's a really... That's the first one I've dropped today. But damn it. Okay, I'm done doing that. I'm done dropping knives. But yeah, I mean, it's a good design. I really like it. How heavy is it? Let's find out. It's not a very heavy knife. $116 grams. It's not that heavy it's not that heavy. It's not. Was it? We got a rat too. 78 grams, 77 grams. So that's on the lighter end, but it's not that heavy. It didn't cause any problems in the waistband. It didn't carry like a brick. It did good. Half a code 4? I guess so. It's less than half of that fucking Ned Foss. Like, if y'all didn't see this earlier, 327 grams. 327. Like the 4MAX Scout does not weigh as much. Like, who the hell designed that? Like, carrying that thing for the day or two I carried it was a brick. Like, that thing weighs almost as much as a Catholic church. Yeah, that that thing was heavy. Ugh. Back's popping like crazy. Do I have anything else interesting laying around? I thought about trying to do a cardboard Slayer run with this thing, but the last couple pieces of cardboard I tried to feed it, it fought the whole way through. Will it chooch at all? Like, this thing takes so much work to push through a piece of cardboard. Like, this is the easy stuff to cut, and it's still really fighting on it. Like, this is a toy with an edge. This is a toy with an edge. My fixies are all kind of stashed away. Yeah, sheer weight of all that guilt. Like, they're all kind of stashed away because I don't get to carry them. I don't get to carry them, so they're put away. I don't have a ton of them. But, you know, I don't get to carry them. But, yeah, like, Joshua Yoder, yeah? I mean, it hasn't been that long since you've been here, man. But, like, and it sucks, too, because this thing is in M390, and I wanted to play with M390 on a live stream, but I'm not going to do that to my M390 bug out. Like, that thing is a bit too sentimental for that. But this thing, man, it's like cutting with an axe. I'm not doing that to myself either. Where's one of my harder to cut pieces? Do I got some 44 pounds sitting here? Like, this stuff's a little bit tougher. And yeah, like, I can't push it through there. Like it's just too much of a wedge. The grind on this was not thought out very well. They could have done a full flat up to the top going through this and done something really cool. Left this flat, just full flat all the way up to the top instead of putting a hard stop right here on this bevel, and it would have been great. So yeah, like that just, it's a bummer, but I mean, it's a glorified tape popper, and thank God I didn't pay full price for it. I think I paid like $41 for it, which, you know, I thought for $41 I was getting an absolute steal, especially with the M390 on it, but it's not worth more than 40 bucks. It's just not. Unfortunately, I wish it was. I wish it cut well. I wish it did well, but it doesn't. And that is frustrating as hell. Never forget Yoder. Jesse, thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. No, I'll be honest. But yeah, that's a good sale, man. I thought it was going to be Allen wrenches for the first little while, and then I saw that they were Torx drivers, but I didn't have any, so I tried to use Allen wrenches, and I kind of got some of them to work. I also stripped a couple out. So yeah, when it came time to start doing stuff again, I did buy some Torx drivers. Like I've got these guys right here. And you can see right here just how many of the fucking gin knives I've put together now. So damn many of them. You know, I've got a Kershaw knife tool right here, which is also like, this is what I was using before I got the what you call it, the Naps tool, which I think this thing will accept Weehaw bits actually. But I think this one I stripped the T6 out on. Yeah, the T6 got stripped on this one. Bad. I forget what I was trying to do. It might have been the Gerber quadrant that I was trying to take apart that did that. Come on, cooperate. Yeah, well, now when I see one using Phillips heads for the pivot, I'm like, or the screws, I'm like, holy shit, this thing is garbage. I think my T6 on this is also stripped out. Where the hell is it? Yeah. Yeah, this is the King's done. But this T6 also stripped out on me. Like, T6s like to go out, especially when you're trying to do stuff that's Loctited down for no good reason whatsoever. And then this came from I don't know what. But we can also take a look at the stuff in my yeah, no, I have stripped a few Allen wrenches out trying to make up for not having Torx drivers, and finally I was like, you know what? I'm just buying some Torx drivers. I can put these over here for now. I can put these over where? Right here. I gotta do that video soon. Sharpening block can go. I guess I'll put this back where I got it from. But yeah, we'll get the healing box out and take a look at a lot of the stuff I got from my uncle after he passed away. So I don't think we've really looked at that in depth. Or at least, I think I did a video a while ago about sentimental stuff. But, you know, I said this Gerber Guardian Mark II, this was in his stuff right here, and these things are kind of hard to come by now. Really, really cool piece. And it's one of those, I think I have strapped this to my belt a couple of times when I went somewhere that I wasn't fully secure with. I have got this that I picked up at a flea market years and years ago. I lost track of it, and then I found out some friends of mine ganked it from me whenever emergency move happened. So I finally got that back after ages. No, this was Hodge Army Navy surplus, actually. Hodge, Army, Navy. Oh yeah, no, no. I would never punch a thing with that in my hand. I forget where these came from. I think they may have been something that my kids got for me or something like that. I cannot remember, but of course we got the Nolan rings. I think if you're a knife guy, at some point you've had some form of the batarang in your hands at one point or another. This came from a different friend of mine after he passed away. My dad gave me some of his stuff, and this is, it's still got the price tag on it. This is 100% of a gas station dagger, which he might have picked it up at a flea market or something like that. But, you know, I got that. I've never done anything with it. But then we get into stuff that belonged to my uncle before he passed away. Oh, this is something that I made out of a big-ass nail, and this thing is absolutely hideous. It works. It's got an edge on it, but the edge bevel on this is kind of garbage. But I made the cross guard out of antler. The cross guard is deer antler because that's what I had laying around, and then we got some snake wood on the scales for the handle. It is full tang, but that was just kind of screwing around. This is a boot knife that belonged to my uncle right here. This is something he got in Germany years and years and years ago, back in the 1980s. We got another one of his boot knives. Baron Solingen, Germany. This was one of his multi-tools. I think it's a Husky. It's a very old Husky from God knows when. It's hideous. We'll put it that way. It's hideous. But here's another one of the same boot knife. Like, he liked to buy more than one of the same thing. Like this one, he did something to damage the hell out of the tip on. I don't have anything against gas station knives. They can be fun, but it's also one of those things where they're not fun to live with as an EDC knife unless you don't use a knife very often. But they are fun to throw in a toolbox you just have laying around for when you need to cut something bad or something like that. Like, they're not fun to live with day in, day out, but they are good for a laugh. This is his Gerber Easy Out, which I wish I could tell you what year this was made, but they're still making them up to now, so there's that. My beater typically is going to be one of the Ganzos that I picked up, or I've got the Ozark trail knife in the truck. I don't do stuff that requires beater knives right now. Like, the way I'm living and working, I am like one of the most gentle users you can find, which is why I have to do cardboard slayer to put some wear on the edges. This right here is a Puma Prince knife, which I can't find an actual price on this. This one's seen a bit of use and a bit of carry, but Germany stainless. The one that I saw online with this that came with the box and was in a little bit better shape was like $600. I don't know what the value on this would be. Joshua Yoder, thank you, man. I appreciate it. We've got this right here that was this is a Schrade 1250T. It is a liner lock, but this is from Greenfield Industries. The place where he worked gave this to him at some point over the course of his life, because he was at Greenfield Industries forever. He was a machinist, so he did a lot of Greenfield Industries made tap and die sets and things like that, and he did work with that. Like, at his house, he had a metal lathe in the guest bedroom. In his workshop, he had another metal lathe and a bunch of tooling, and he would, as a side gig, remanufacture parts for obsolete machines you couldn't buy parts for when they broke. Apparently, he made a few bucks doing that. Here we have his Buck 110 from 1980, and we did a live stream on this one, but the what I was talking about last night, the action on this is so loose that it likes to sit like this in a pocket, which I think he did that on purpose, because like I said, he'd stick a match down in here to keep the tip out just a little bit, so that it would catch on his big boy 333. What's going on? Welcome. But when he yanked it out of the pocket, the tip would catch on the hem and pop open like a Leatherman wave before the Leatherman wave was a thing, or it was just so he could do that and flick it open that way. I would carry this for sentimental reasons, but I can't afford to have this. You could have gone with growing rectums. That might have been better. But yeah, like I can't have that doing this in my pocket. I can't. We also looked at this electrician's knife last night, and I'm not sure what to do with this. Like, this blade will move. This blade, the pull on it's so hard that I can't get it to move. It just flips my fingernail backwards when I try to open it. And it's lubricated. It's moving. It's just, the pull on it's way the hell too strong. I'm not sure how the hell he actually used this thing. He was also a fan of cheap knives. He was also a fan of cheap knives. And we got like this Magnum and 440 steel right here. I don't know how cheap this thing was. It's a fairly cool design. I would play with it more, but it's tipped down, so I'm not going to bother carrying it. This thing right here was a Frost cutlery that I had to steal a screw from. Which, yeah, China. Designed by Jim Frost, 440 stainless. This is definitely the one of the cheapest things on the planet. We got this rigid right here that, of course, you can tell what it's inspired by. If I was doing a lot of heavy cuts with it, though, I would definitely be comfortable. I thought about doing a live stream on this one, but we did the Buck 110, and I'm assuming this is probably going to be the same damn steel. We got this Gerber right here. I can't remember the model name, but I was going to try to find a pocket clip for it. However, I'd have to buy a whole new one for another 36 bucks for something I'm not going to actually carry. But this was back when Gerber was a lot better. How long have I been live? Clark Knives, what's going on, dude? How you been? 5 hours and 8 minutes. We got our live stream. We did Cardboard Slayer on this piece of crap here, and it lasted an hour. So we've just been kind of doing filler stuff since then. We got this thing right here. It is a two-bladed traditional, but oversized. And I don't think it has a name or anything like that on it. Like, there's no branding, there's no name, there's no nothing on it. And the Staghorn, this side, for some reason, has worn more than this one. Hey, Woodinator, you come back? Oh, dude, like, y'all weren't here for the 8 hour and 48 minute live stream. That was the dedication stream. This is one of my favorites in the stuff from him. This is a Cold Steel Twistmaster. And this is your Opinel on steroids. This is what your Opinel wants to grow up to be. And again, no pocket clip on it, because I'd have fun with this one. Like, this I would carry with a pocket clip any day of the week. But, yeah, like the Puma Prince is not a cheap knife. But yeah, this thing is really, really cool, and I think they stopped making these like 1994 or something like that. Like, they don't make these anymore, and it's kind of a shame. Like, imagine a Twistmaster with flatter scales and a pocket clip on it. My God. Someone get me a job at Cold Steel so I can go force them to do that. Here's the Opinel that he had that's in much better shape than the one that I loosened the action on a little bit too much. You know, it's and this is carbon steel. You know, Opinel's always good. Colonial stainless. God knows when and where this came from. It does say LK95 USA. So apparently it's like the cheapest USA made knife in the world. We got this Sheffield right here that I think he got with a multi-tool. This is definitely one that came with a multi-tool. You got a liner lock on it, done in a kind of weird way. We got this, it's just got a crown on it. But you got two very, very, very tiny blades. I'm not even sure TSA would stop you for this one. It's like Imperial or something like that. Like, I'd have to really zoom in and magnify this. Yeah. We all need time machines. I've got this right here that I think he might have made himself. Made himself a throwing knife. This looks like some of his work. And then I got two of the miniatures that he made a long time ago. These are a bit rougher than the other miniatures he's made. Oh, wow. Good looking out. KO's good at what he's doing. But he's got some other miniatures that he's made that I would kill someone to find. There's like some little axes that are made out of Damascus steel that have green marble for the handles and stuff like that. They're incredibly nice. And there's a picture of them in a circle around a quarter sitting on the floor. No one knows where the hell that picture is. No one knows where the hell they went. But those things were gorgeous. But at least I got these guys. And this is another throwing something or other that he snapped the tip off of. Can I show the Colonial logo on here? Yeah, that's your logo right there. Someone here is going to know the answer to that. Someone here is going to know the answer to that. I'm not sure who, but somebody will. But yeah, and there's some of his other stuff floating around here and there that I've actually used. Like, there was a folding razor knife that was actually very cool. Like, it had plenty of storage for extra blades. Like, it was nice and beefy and comfortable in the hand. I loved that thing. And it fell out of the pouch that it came with at a job that I had and got run over by a forklift. And it still worked after that, but it wasn't right. Like, it wasn't right anymore after that. Which still sucks. That is still a huge bummer. Is that thing over here? Yeah, it is, actually. Yeah, so we had this guy right here. It's another Sheffield, which, you know, that part works really well. It's still good. You got your backlock on there, which, all right. But the little port for the extra blades doesn't work right anymore. It's kind of got to be forced open because that forklift just fucking shit mixed it. And I don't think... Can I pry this thing open? Yeah, this thing is cooked. And I'm not getting it back. I'm not getting it apart without the right pivot screw, but the frame broken here is why it's not working right. Okay. This is the first time I've taken a real critical look at this thing. So yeah, this thing got run over by a forklift. That's why it died. It was nice to carry, though. Yeah, Schrade is one of those companies. I got a soft spot for them because of that 470T Beast, that green knife that I showed earlier. Yeah, here's a Milwaukee fastback that I don't remember where the hell I got it from. I genuinely don't remember. No pocket clip on it anymore. And I don't have any spare blades in it. This DeWalt was in my shop at work when it caught fire. Which, you want a weird day, try pulling into your workplace and seeing it burning down. This on-site, I have no idea where I got it from. This might have been some of my uncle's old stuff. I do not remember now. And at some point, I picked up this Cobalt. I also don't remember where the hell, when the hell I got this. But I got these. The one that I loved the most was a $5 knife, a $5 folder like this at Home Depot with like skulls on it and stuff. And that thing, you can centrifugal open it and everything else. And the pivot screw fell out and I couldn't find it anymore. So it was long gone. But yeah, this is some stuff I haven't looked at in forever. I think this might have been something that was getting thrown out at a job. I was like, hey, you're not throwing that out. I'm taking it home. And like, I never wound up having a use for any of these. Hey, Ballwagger, what's going on? That's a very good screen name, sir. Yeah, it's just like these razor knives are something I bought, I picked up, and I had plans on using them because the one that I got from Home Depot with the skulls on it, I used constantly. This one I just wasn't going to let get thrown away. But that was weird. Like, that was weird as shit. You know, I pull up into work at like 4 in the morning, something like that. EDC, like, yeah, you've been here forever on this one. And it wasn't even one of the ones where we did a massive cardboard slayer session. But no, so like I pull up into work and I park my car and I look at the shop and I start seeing smoke coming out of the door. And I sit there and watch, and like more and more smoke's coming out. I don't have a key to the building. I'm waiting for our superintendent to get there. But I end up having to call 911 and like direct the guys, because like you had to take a weird side road that doesn't exist on maps basically and pull yourself back in there. It was on the back of a golf course. Roderick Vin Diesel, yeah, I was about to say, just kidding, we don't play with that stuff here, man. But I get the fire department back there and everybody else is pulling in and watching this happening, and you know, firefighters are going in there and I'm like, hey, y'all need to watch out. There's like, we had a cabinet full of cans of spray paint, like just dozens of cans of spray paint in there. And like, I'm like, hey, watch out, we got spray paint in there. And they just go fucking running past me like I ain't say shit. And they're in there and I can hear the cans start to explode. I'm just like, man, this is fucking bullshit. And then like all our carts were in there. Because I was a greenskeeper on a golf course at that point. Our carts are in there, like my work boots are in there, my jacket's in there, everything's in our lockers. All that stuff got destroyed. So I'm wearing something that's like slightly better than Crocs. And we have to take regular golf carts out there with no tools to work with and try to maintain the golf course for the day. And I mean, shit just sucked after that. And I don't think we had the shop rebuilt by the time I had to leave that job, because they had a guy with severe behavioral issues that they wouldn't get under control, and I wasn't about to lose my temper on him. Yeah, it's like, dude, if you can't check your employees and tell them to straighten their shit out, and you're not willing to say, hey, you need to stop doing that when someone says, hey, I got a problem with this guy, I can't be there. Yeah, it's just like if I'm in a management position and I got one of my guys acting a fool and showing his ass and starting to make life harder for everyone else, it's like, hey, dude, watch your shit. Like, I'm not going to have you staying here fucking everybody else's job up like that. I'm not. You better fix your shit or you're going to go. That's just all there is to it. What the hell else do I got laying around? Oh, yeah, here's something neat. can also grab the backlog. Since we're enjoying talking about knives here and not cutting cardboard up, we can take a look at my backlog of stuff I have yet to carry and review. But this is neat. This is something else that I made out of another nail, like a large nail. And again, this thing ain't the cleanest work by a long shot, but I had no clue what I was doing. But we've got a circular guard there. We've got a copper wrap on the handle. And this is just a nail. Like, we had a Dad's map gas torch going, and we heat this up and smack it out on the anvil on his vise. And then this is just a drawer pull. We drilled the hole out a little bit bigger than it was to fit the nail. Lined it up with some epoxy, and then epoxy on here, and did a wrap with a copper wire. And we made this thing, which was that was a fun project. But in the backlog, like, we got the Camillus Cirque right here that got voted down. It was between this and the Fox Edge. I wanted to carry this. I didn't want to carry the Fox Edge, but I'm glad I'm getting that out of the way. I don't want to deal with this week, but it's what we got to do. And then, of course, we got the Sin-Cut Slashkin right here to carry. This should be a pretty good week. Like, there's nothing wrong with this thing. We have got, of course, the Concept Motto, whatever, which we got a CPM S35V in here, so I'm looking forward to seeing if that really makes a difference in edge retention. This is going to have to be two separate live streams. This is going to have to be on the factory edge, and then there's going to have to be the 17-degree hand-whittled edge, so that we can compare as close to apples as we can get. As I said, you know, and like KO Knife says, there's no difference. S35VN and CPM S35VN are the exact same thing. And that's kind of one story I've heard about. And the other thing that I've heard about CPM is that the elements are distributed better than the regular version. EDC and Lacey might have some feedback on that. So I'm not sure if there's actually going to be a difference, but, you know, I'm looking forward to finding out on that. And that should be a nice enough week to carry. The only major issue that I have with this thing is the way it's shaped. The thumb hole is hard to access, and the front flipper is pretty much impossible. The detent's too stiff. Well, yeah, this is like $140. I got it for $15. Those of you that were there on B's live stream saw that happening. Basically, it was on sale 50% off, and then B's gave us a code for another 40% off, and I went in there and got this like right away. And yeah, the code was only good for 2 mottos and 2 something else's, so me and like 3 other people got these guys for 14 bucks. My favorite blade steel that I've tested so far has been Kaiser's 154 CM. We did a cardboard slayer on the Sheepdog XL, and that steel took 8 hours of abuse before it finally crapped out. That was a good one. Well, you had to be really fast on it because there was only 2 of these and 2 of the other one total. Like 4 knives total for that big of an audience. We've also got the Rosecraft little chonk right here. I'm looking forward to this one. The aluminum is kind of slippery, and it's a little bit hard to control when you're doing this. Evan 14, what is up? Give me a second. Yeah, but you know, this was a design that really spoke to me. I like the way this looks. It's pretty girthy in the hand. This should be a good carry. It may be a little bit bulky in the pocket, but yeah, this was one of those that that was on sale. I think I got this for like 15 bucks, and the red and silver really got me on this one. But I'm looking forward to that one. And of course, we got my pocket monster that I've got to do a cardboard slayer on, and you know, Andy asked me to go absolutely nuts on this whenever I do this, because he gave me one of these to give away to you guys when I bought this one. And then we got the Rosecraft OG, which this is probably the most straightforward modern knife. That's kind of more of the mainstream design that they have right now. And I love the blue hardware on this and the blade shape. It's like a mini cleaver, basically. And like I really like this thing, and it's gonna do what a drop point does, but with a funky shape. So I'm looking forward to carrying this one. The Rose Crafts were all on sale, like 50% off. Yeah, like the looks on this sold it. And I believe this is D2. I believe I'll have to go online and check to make sure before I start doing videos on it, but I'm pretty sure all the Rose Crafts I got are D2. And of course, we got the Petrified Fish Beluga, which it would drive me nuts as a front flipper. I do not like front flippers. But you can flick off of the fuller on the back here, which resolves any issue I might have with that. But I am looking forward to carrying this. And of course, we got the K110, which Bowler D2. So that one's going to be a lot of fun. We got this GVDV right here that I got like a year ago for 14 bucks. And I don't think I've done anything with it. I've got to go back through the channel and take a look. I know I've played with it a bit. I think I carried it for like 2 days, but I haven't done like a full review. Like I need to look and see if I've actually done a review on this thing before I do much else with it. Front flippers, if they're small, are good, but front flippers getting this big are pointless. But of course, we got a Lightning OTF here. Looking forward to carrying that. The cardboard slayer with this should be interesting. I am genuinely worried that I am going to like screw this thing up getting it packed full of cardboard and have to learn how to take an OTF apart and service it. But you know, if we do, we do. And I'd love to be able to do a video on this taking it apart, but my camera shuts off at 25 minutes. I know I'm going to be at this for more than 25 minutes learning how to deal with this thing. And of course, we got the Olatan's mini airship, which this is tiny, but it's Olatan's. They make really good stuff. And I think I got this for something like 15 bucks when it was on sale. So, you know, I don't do small knives often, but when I do, it's stuff like this. And like the colors, the color really got me along with this design. Like that blue with this satin finish, it might be bead blasted. Yeah. Like the color really sold me on it, and it's Olatan's and it was cheap. Yeah, the Beluga, I know that's going to be good. I have never carried a petrified fish before, so I'm glad that Adam for America sent me this. Like I traded him some beads and he sent like 6 knives. Like the Lightning OTF came from him, this came from him, this came from him. 3 of the other knives that we've done have come from him. Like it's a lot. And then last but not least, we got the AD15 Lite right here. Which I get my 80-10 like experience, but I get it with one-handed opening and closing, safe one-handed opening and closing. You know, I just got to get used to fidgeting with this thing. This is the Olatan's mini airship. And the AD15 I got, it was on sale for like 47 bucks or something like that. Like I picked it up really cheap for something like this. So I'm looking forward to carrying this, and this will be a good cardboard slayer session. Like we got the AUS 10A, but I don't believe the blade is nearly as thick as the Formax Scout. Let's take a look. So we're going to go with 0.18 inches at the thickest part. Versus 0.15. So thinner blade stock, this should slice a good bit better. Yeah, that's the thing. That's part of why I'm saying, like, guys are asking if I've tried this, or if I'm gonna buy this, or if I can buy this. And 1, I'm broke, and 2, I still have this to work through. Like, I've still got to work through this. You know, that's gonna be a bit of a haul. And of course, yeah, well, I mean, this is for doing videos. You know, I got to carry it for a week to get the feedback on it, and then that's going to get put off to the side for the live stream, so that's even more content. Like, you know, in these cases, we don't have unboxing videos to do, but we're going to get the first impression video, the stop and smell video. We're going to get the week of carry. We're going to get the live stream out of it. We're going to get the Cardboard Slayer aftermath videos out of them. So, like, there's a lot of content coming out of each one of these. But yeah, like, if you're rotating carries constantly, like, if I was at home just screwing around and I had some work to do with them, yeah, I'd be switching through them constantly too. Yeah. That's 11 weeks, and that's after we pulled the Fox Edge for this week out, you know? So, like, I've still got the week to go with the Fox Edge, so there's like 12 weeks of stuff to work through. And of course, something new is going to come in between now and then. Something is going to be up there. It'll be the right knife for the right price. That'll get thrown in the mix too. And, you know, we're going to, like, basically extend the life of the backlog little by little. Yeah, like, I'll be honest. I'd love to have just one EDC knife that I kept with me, but I only have so much space on my person at work. You know, I got to be dressed business casual with, you know, black pants. I can't have cargo pockets on them. I'm pushing the limits with the phone pocket on my side, but, like, I've only got 2 front pockets and 2 back pockets. You know, if I put my phone in the back pocket, it's getting crushed. It's going to get destroyed. And then I got a button-down shirt that I got to keep tucked in while I'm wearing a belt. Like, I don't have mediocre. What's going on? Welcome back. Like, I don't have more space to carry more stuff. And honestly, if I was carrying 2 or 3 knives at a time and reviewing 2 or 3 knives at a time, I'd be going through them way too fast. Way too fast to keep a channel like this alive and be able to afford to keep it alive. And I do think the Tenacious is a good enough knife, but I think it's too expensive for 8CR. Jacob, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yeah, this, I mean, if you haven't seen one in a while, you know, you kind of know what you're looking at already. You came in on a weird live stream. Our knife burned out way too early, so we're just killing time looking at knives and stuff that I have laying around. Yeah, it's not necessarily so much about the edge retention. It's just I feel like it's too expensive for 8CR13. All right, that should be like a $30, $35 knife tops. It's not that it's a bad knife. It's just too expensive. You know, that's the thing, is like the Tenacious should be like 30, 35 bucks tops. Like, I have mine because Rich at Ace on Knives wanted to trade for some beads, and that was the best knife he had in the pile to pick from, basically. Ooh, nice. Yeah, you might want to watch a couple of videos on the Pro just to kind of. Wait, you got the precision. They said you got the Elite. The professional, though, that's like a little bit jealous. You know, like I said, if I had cash to throw around, I'd definitely be looking at something like the Jacob Kleb. Jacob, bro, I have done so many videos and so many live streams with the bench with the Ozark Trail Dropout. Like, you don't have to go back too far in my videos, man. I have done so much with those things. We have done 3 live streams on those that were absolute fucking hauls to get through. Yeah, like, I've done so much with those things, it's not even funny. As a matter of fact, like, I still have one that's not opened yet because I haven't figured out what other videos can I possibly do at this point. Yeah, so did you get the professional or did you get the Elite? Yeah, oh my god. I want to see who bought the titanium Tenacious. I want to see the people that bought that. All right. Like, were they in the shower with their dad and they're just like, tenacious and titanium and it's only $130? What a deal. Oh, bro. My boy Mediocre got the professional. Ah. I want the professional. And that's what I'm kind of looking at is like, you know, we're going to have to buy something with the super chats and stuff like that at some point here. Like, you know, we should have enough coming in at the end of the month from last month's super chats and stuff like that. That is stupid. But we should be able to get our edge sharpness tester to help make these videos a little bit more interesting and make the live streams a bit more helpful. A little bit easier to track the wear on the edge. After that, I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, no. 8CR13 is like the most underrated steel available. Yeah, that's just still. Don't do that with 8CR13. Just stupid. But yeah, like 8CR13, if you're not like a hard user and you're not abusing the shit out of your knife, 8CR13 is going to treat you just fine. And it's going to bring the cost of the knife down quite a bit. Oh yeah. No, Spyderco's getting up there. But yeah, like 8CR13, like you can buy an 8CR13 knife cheap. The heat treatment on 8CR13 is completely figured out. Like, there's nothing to fix there. Everybody, like the guys that are producing the giant batches of 8CR that everybody's buying, know what they're doing with the heat treatment. Like, unless you're a hard user and you're really beating on them, like it's going to be a long time before you need to sharpen 8CR13. Like 8CR13 is light years ahead of what we used to get back in the 90s. You know, back in the 90s, early 2000s, compared to 8CR13, that steel is garbage, especially on budget knives. You know, the same $20 you would spend on a knife in you know, say 1997, adjusted for inflation, that's closer to $40 for, you know, $20 translating to $40 now. And for $40, you'd be getting fucking gas station shit now. You know, that $40 would be getting you basically this. You know, that's the kind of stuff we were dealing with back then. Yeah, 420 8CR is better than 420. That bench, or not the Benchmade, the Buck 110, I think that took about 2.5 hours for the edge to wear out. And that was with an edge I just put on there with the Work Sharp belt grinder. Magdalena, welcome back. How are you doing today? Yeah, no, Lacey's got the hookup on a lot of stuff. Like, Lacey's got the hookup. But yeah, like the 8CR, it just blows anything away that we could have. Oh, I'm doing good. Like we had a fast cardboard slayer session. This thing lasted an hour basically. So now we're just kind of looking at knives and talking and shooting the shit with each other. But yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to at some point. Yeah, the 440C that we did on the Ganzo at one point, I think that did a little better than 8CR13. I'm trying. It's been so long since we did that one that I can't remember clearly, but I know it was not too bad in performance. And of course, that was a factory edge too. And we've done several 8CR13 knives. We've kind of played around with that one a lot. Oh, why am I cold? It is cold in this basement. And I'm not moving around a whole lot. What the hell else do I have to look at right now? Let's see, we've gone through all those. We've gone through the pile on the table. We've gone through the, we went through the future live stream knives. Crap. I don't think there's too much left sitting in here that we haven't looked at yet, except for a couple of fixed blades that are of no consequence. Huh. All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of nothing. Oh well. I think we are at the point where I need to start winding things down a little bit, though. It is 11:30 at night, and I got to work tomorrow. Favorite knife? God, we have done that question 5 times today. There's not one favorite. Like, I've been through so many knives now that there's just not one favorite. If you've been at this long enough, you no longer have a single favorite knife anymore. Yeah, Lacey, I don't know if you caught it earlier, but like I was asking for your feedback on the difference between CPM S35VN and regular S35VN. Um, are those basically the same, or does the CPM in that title make a difference? I know KO says they're the exact same thing. They're both powder metallurgy, but I was kind of curious about your thoughts on it too. Generally, bigger is better until it gets to the point where you can't carry it comfortably anymore. But speaking of which, big blades, if you do end up getting a 4MAX Scout, at some point, this grip tape surface on here makes it impossible to get it into and back out of a pocket. You're going to have to take these off. Okay, so yeah, they're the same thing. Let's see, are these T6s? Yeah. But with this thing, one thing I learned pretty fast, and normally I don't like modifying knives when I'm carrying them for review, but with this one in particular, like this is a skateboard grip tape for the surface on this, is it Grivex, I think? But you got to take this clip off, and you got to sand you a smooth spot down under the dingus end of the clip right here. Yeah, so it really depends on where you're at, where you're working, how you can carry and all that. Like, I can't really do a fixed blade at work. I can't. You know, it's again, I got to be business casual. I got to look like I'm in management, basically. Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I've seen 2 different discussions on it. You know, and it's not like I'm doubting necessarily KO's feedback, but of course, more knowledgeable feedback is always better. Because I've seen some guys saying that the CPM means everything's distributed more evenly and all that, and then I've seen guys say, yeah, it makes no difference whatsoever. They're both the same thing. So yeah, that just means we got another S35VN knife to check out on a factory edge, and we may not sharpen that thing up and do a second live stream on that one. Because we've already done one live stream with S35VN on the 17-degree mirrored edge. It did great. So yeah. Yeah, it's like, at least with like a large, like Walmart, I wouldn't be surprised to see anybody walking around with like a fixed blade strapped to their belt. That would not surprise me at Walmart. However, at somewhere like Publix, like an employee walking around with a fixed blade strapped to their belt is a big no-no. Although apparently I've got one guy that in my department that is like a Vietnam War vet, and he has those bad days where like things are popping off in his head. And apparently he'll be talking to himself for a while. He'll go out to his car and come back with a fucking Bowie knife strapped on. I'm not sure how to deal with that if that happens. I'll have to figure that out. Okay, that's what that is then. I think KO had said the same thing too. He just didn't quite lay it out like that. Because yeah, crucible powder metallurgy does not say, yeah. Yeah, as I said, I know you had mentioned it, and I'm not shitting on your knowledge either. It's just like when I have more people that know things, I like to ask them too. Because yeah, like, yeah, crucible powder metallurgy does not sound like a fucking company name. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen CPM D2. That's what it is. So there are some steels like D2 and shit like that where it's not initially powdered metallurgy, and then they do a powdered metallurgy version where the steel is better because of it. That's what that is. So I knew there was something there. So yeah, I was almost there with the know-how. All right, Punisher. See you on the next one. We're gonna be doing a random choice next week. Whatever the D20 of Destiny picks out. So we'll go with that. But yeah, the next one should be Friday night. But yeah, I think we're at a good place to wrap things up. We'll give it about 3 or 4 more minutes for everyone to wind down, but I gotta go upstairs and chill. Oh, yeah, no shit. If it's bench made, they charge about $100 too much for it. No, like I said, I still say any bug out should be under $100. Like, we're at that point now where they should be under $100. Period. You know, unless you're getting into M390 or something like that, but that's about it. Oh. Yeah, when I've got some cash floating around and I want to break into something different, I'll try to remember to look for CPM D2 and see if I can find anything I can afford and run that and see how that does on the Cardboard Slayer run. Because like D2 lasting 6 hours would be impressive. If it's not the Ozark Trail. Yeah, Lacey, do you have somebody that can test the HRC on something? Because I need somebody to test the HRC on the Ozark Trail axis lock. Yeah, like I said, something like that would, funny guy make you laugh. Indeed, these are the toes of a hard-working man, sir. Yeah, what did he come back with on that? What did the HRC end up being on that thing? He's like, I need to know. Like, I need to know what the hell happened there. Why did it hold the edge so damn long? 50. That doesn't track. Nothing with that knife tracks. Why the hell did it go 7 hours on a factory edge? Why? Hey, what do you know? Punisher left like 2 minutes too early. Yeah, well, I mean, someone tested it. They got 59 HRC out of it. Like, bro, are people just trying to speed run getting the banhammer dropped? What the fuck? Right? My magic hands made D2 last 7 hours of nonstop cutting up cardboard somehow, some way. Yeah, it's the weirdest damn thing. It is the weirdest damn thing. Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I will see you guys, unless something weird happens on Friday. We're going to get another live stream. Yeah, like I said, I don't understand how it lasted 7 hours. Like, something weird's going on there. We've done hollow grinds, we've done flat grinds and everything else. Like, just weird. But yeah, I'll DM Lacey about the fucking diamond emulsion. There we are. Oh, KO, I'm so sorry, man. I am so sorry I took that from you. My bad. I didn't want that guy here anymore. But yeah, y'all have a good night. I will catch y'all on Friday unless something happens. But yeah. I'm gonna go. Words are getting way too hard. So everyone have a good night. I am signing out.